This podcast explores themes of violence, self-harm, and murder. Listener discretion is advised. Please note, some of the voices you hear in this series have been performed by actors. It's the ultimate betrayal of trust. The very person responsible for keeping you alive, your nurse, is secretly killing you. That's exactly what happens to patients who check in and never check out of the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton, Massachusetts in the 1990s.
No one would ever imagine a serial killer would be walking the hallways.
From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, The Killer Nurse. Chapter 1, Kristen Gilbert. Charming nurse Kristen Gilbert stalks Ward C, preying on those who should be most revered, our military veterans, and killing in plain sight. Kristen Gilbert is a killer like none other I have investigated before. She sits alongside notorious medical murderers like H.H. Holmes, Harold Shipman, and Charles Cullen. But unlike them, she is that exceptionally rare thing, a female serial killer. What drove her to kill? How did she evade suspicion for so long? Over the course of 6 chapters, I'm going to speak with detectives, prosecutors, psychologists, doctors, and nurses to delve into the twisted mind of Kristen Gilbert and investigate just how she was able to kill right under the noses of her colleagues for so long, murdering 4 patients, attempting to murder 2 more, and suspect killing dozens of others.
She was like, they're not going to catch me. I can just do this.
She's a healthcare serial killer, so we're entering a whole new world where the difference between life-saving medicine and deadly poison is just in the dosage.
We think that Kristen Gilbert is the most prolific mass murderer on the East Coast.
I want to understand what makes a woman who is trained to be a nurse, specifically to help the vulnerable, suddenly betray patient trust and callously kill them. What drives a mom of 2 with a loving husband, a good job, and a bright future to murder patients in her care? This is a complex case, so I need to go right to the beginning. Could the key to Kristen's later crimes be found in her childhood? Born Kristen Heather Strickland to a part-time teacher and a hardworking father, on the surface, the Stricklands seem like the all-American family. Dr. Catherine Ramsland is a forensic psychologist and the author of numerous books, including The Minds of Healthcare Serial Killers. She's someone whose work I have long admired. Can you tell us a little bit about Kristen, where she was born, and what were her early childhood years like?
Well, Kristen was born into a middle-class family in November 1967 in Fall River, Massachusetts, fairly upscale kind of community. And she was an only child for the first 7 years of her life. Her father was in the Coast Guard, and he was actually deployed at the time of her birth. He didn't see her, I think, till 6 weeks later. Once the father came back in the picture, then it was this, ordinary family, and she was the center of attention. And she experienced this for 7 years before she got a younger sister. So although we don't have really any information about how this affected her, it seems that she really liked being the center of attention, and she did not like sharing that attention. Because if we can look at the way she was later as a teenager, a college student, and an adult, she wouldn't have been too pleased about having to share things with a younger sister, especially when 7 years younger, who really wouldn't have much in common with her. One of the things that she did as a child was to spend a lot of time with her grandmother. The grandparents had a nice beachside cottage, and she would go there with her grandmother and, make cookies and, do little projects and whatnot. She loved the ocean. So that was really her early childhood before everything changed for her was idyllic. I mean, she really had nothing to complain about.
But as Kristen approaches her teens, everything changes for her and her younger sister, Tara. Their father, Richard Strickland, explains.
We moved in September of 1980 from the Fall River area to Groton, Massachusetts. They weren't thrilled about moving and leaving their friends, so we promised we'd take them to Disney World.
So when Kristen and Tara were pretty young still, they had to move to a new neighborhood. Do you think that had any effect on Kristen that's notable?
Yeah, when she was 12 years old, her father took a position in another area of Massachusetts. It was north of Boston. And that meant the family had to move away from Fall River and away from the nice cottage. She's going to lose access to the grandparents that she was very close to. So uprooting her at the age of 12, really affected her. I think she resented it. She felt like they were just doing something without really any regard to how this was going to, impact her life. And it wasn't long after that, I think she's around 15, where she began to rebel against her parents.
We know in Kristen's adult life she would target veterans, so it's striking to discover that her family would have such deep connections to the U.S. military. Kristen's father, Richard Strickland, explains.
It was just kind of a family tradition. My father, my two grandfathers, all four of my uncles served. All of them volunteered. They served in the First World War, Second World War, the Korean War. It was the thing to do. We have a family history, a long government service. In my wife's family, virtually everyone dating back to the Civil War has served in the military. Virtually all of my family has. I, in fact, had to get a waiver so I could serve.
Respect for the military and the drive to serve is clearly a huge part of Kristen's family history. There's something else about Kristen, too. She's smart. Not just a bit clever, but highly accomplished in many areas of her academic life.
She was a very accomplished clarinet player. She was in every music organization they had. Marching band, orchestra, jazz quartet. And then she wound up, there was a semi-professional jazz quartet in the town of Groton. They lost a member, and there was 3 adult males. They held auditions, and they picked her to be the 4th.
In her high school yearbook, Kristen looks like any other teenager from the 1980s. Her hair is shoulder-length and brown with bangs. She wears a pendant and a dark blouse and smiles at the camera with large brown eyes. The only notable thing about her is how unassuming she appears. She really doesn't stand out at all.
She, as a student, she joined the math club. She was very musical. She played the clarinet. She was in a number of social clubs that involved music. She excelled at her studies. She graduated from high school a year and a half early. So, she was very, very smart kind of teenager. And I think the uprooting at the age of 12 really made her angry. And it's an anger that probably stayed with her because she had the kind of personality that had that rigidity. She wanted to control things, and that was completely out of her control. So she had to start her life over again. At the age of 12 for girls, that's not easy to do.
For most people at age 12, I would rather, run away than move away. Her grandmother was an exception, it seems, and I'm wondering if that was something transactional, or do you think that was a genuine relationship for Kristen?
We don't really have enough information to say, but I think it was a genuine relationship, and it was one that was taken away from her, which she would have resented. I think she kind of saw her grandmother as more a mother to her than her mother. In fact, she would lie about her mother to friends and say her mother was a abusive alcoholic, and that she would call her parents very cold. And I think she found the warmth that she craved really in her grandmother more than anybody else.
The lying about her mother is interesting to me. We all lie in our daily lives, from telling people we're fine when we're not and using traffic as an excuse for lateness. But what we don't all do is make up stories of addiction in order to gain attention. This kind of lying is a hallmark of many different psychopathologies. Like a lot of future offenders, we also find a telling characteristic in Kristen's youth. William Welch was the Massachusetts federal prosecutor in the 1990s and 2000s. She had some unusual patterns that started to emerge. Do you have any concept of or idea of when those patterns started to be recorded?
Yeah, we did hear from individuals that knew her growing up that at least as part of her youth, she used to kind of do things to animals that you wouldn't want your child to do. So I wouldn't go so far as to label them as torture, but there were some sort of experiments or acts that she would commit on them that, struck people as pretty unnerving.
It's always so interesting, right? Because we're trained to that's, and some of it's normative. Some kids grow out of that. I've seen it a million times.
Right.
And as you look at it in someone's past who have gone on to commit atrocities, then you're like, aha. But sometimes kids grow out of it. But it's always so interesting to hear about it when it's somebody who did end up becoming a criminal.
Right.
Harming animals is definitely a red flag. But when I look at the risk factors for potential future criminals, a whole range of things in their childhood can be incredibly important. Typically, when studying violent offenders, I look at biology, health, genetic factors, who and what was in their orbit, what they're interested in, and how they present themselves to other people. It's here that we find a couple of interesting anecdotes. Dr. Catherine Ramsland.
She also apparently liked watching General Hospital and aligned with the villainess, the female who was a bad nurse, nasty nurse. So these are the kinds of things you look at in childhood of what are they identifying with and why would they want people to think this about them? Why is this the impression they want to create? And she's obviously getting away with lies, but people notice that she's lying.
She also draws an affinity to another villainess in popular culture. Bruce Sackman was a special agent in the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs in the 1990s and early 2000s. Can you tell me about Lizzie Borden?
Kristen came from Fall River, Massachusetts. As a matter of fact, I just drove by there the other day, and I was thinking of her. Fall River, Massachusetts has a famous serial killer. Well, not a serial killer, a murderer. Alleged murderer. Lizzie Borden. Lizzie Borden allegedly hacked into her father's head and her mother's head. In fact, there's a famous poem. It says, Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. And when she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. She started telling people that she was related to Lizzie Borden. It's like saying, I'm related to Charles Manson.
It's the 1980s. Most kids are idolizing Michael Jackson in the Brat Pack. To draw an affinity to Lizzie Borden and lie about a family link is really quite striking. Added to the lies that her mother was an abusive alcoholic, I'm beginning to wonder, what purpose do her lies serve? Does she lie to shock? Does she believe her mistruths? Or are they just a way to make herself seem more interesting to others? She certainly displays extreme attention-seeking behavior in other areas of her life. When one high school boyfriend tries to break up with her, Kristen threatens suicide. Writing a note to him, she claims that she will kill herself by eating glass. I want to get Dr. Catherine Ramsland's take on this. One of her threats was eating glass, which is so visual and such a really insufficient way to kill yourself. I mean, I suppose if you ate enough of it, but what do you think of that?
Well, as far as I know, she didn't eat glass. So again, a threat. She probably read it somewhere and it stayed with her. Like maybe she read it in one of her medical texts or heard about it somewhere, and it stayed with her as a really drastic kind of thing to say to someone to get them into action. She would have known, I think anybody would know how awful that would be. So she's just trying to get a rise out of the person she said it to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so emotional, it's so manipulative, it's so histrionic that it makes, it kind of fits with this idea of this, she's very manipulative. Fast forward to 1984. Kristen's intelligence sees her graduate high school a year early. Perhaps it's because of her interest in General Hospital, but she has her ambitions set on becoming a nurse and heads to Bridgewater State College to pursue a career in nursing. During her college years, even more troubling stories with boyfriends start to emerge. Bruce Sackman.
I had interviewed her father.
Would love to hear about that.
It was a very bizarre conversation that I had with him, really. And I think she just had a real lack of attention from her father and craved attention from her boyfriends. And if they didn't give her 100% attention, or if they started to break up, she would start destroying their cars. She would call up with heavy breathing and hang up. She claimed that she was going to commit suicide. She was really, really striving for attention.
The understanding of human neuroscience and psychology has come a long way since Sigmund Freud pioneered the field in the early 20th century, with claims that, and I quote, "I cannot think of any need in childhood as strong as the need for a father's protection." We now have a far more nuanced understanding of childhood development. However, Kristen's relationship with her father and subsequent relationships with boyfriends cannot be brushed aside. Dr. Catherine Ramsland.
As she gets into college, she begins to manipulate her boyfriends by threatening suicide and, other kinds of aversive behaviors. She's very punitive by the time she's getting into college, and she's really trying to present a sense of her being in control and that other people don't have the right to do anything to her. And I do think that is probably her feeling of being uprooted. First when she was 7 and then when she was 12, of her world suddenly losing control. And this is her way of getting it back. But when she's in a relationship and the guy wants to break up, well, she's got to do something, and she resorts to manipulative types of practices.
Including threats of suicide, which to me smacked of a bit of borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
William Welch has more detail. Do you know anything about her relationship specifically with her boyfriends?
There's one relationship that comes to mind. We did hear that in her initial fall semester while a freshman at Bridgewater State, she had a boyfriend. And the information from, various witnesses was that, the relationship became fairly intense from her perspective, meaning, her activity towards him, which led him to end the relationship. And for her, this was, I wouldn't call it devastating. I think I would call it as something that really engendered some anger in her. And she began to stalk him and engage in other forms of harassment, which, as we understand it, culminated in her loosening the lug nuts on one of the tires of his car.
Wow, that's like an attempt of murder, right?
Right.
Your intention is for somebody to be injured. She's got a lot of psychopathology that overlaps. You can't put her in any one kind of profile box very easily. She seems like a narcissist. She seems, of course, a little psychopathic because she has no remorse and guilt. But she also looks a bit like borderline personality disorder, which is characterized by dramatic reactions to a perceived abandonment and tumultuous interpersonal relationships with coworkers, friends, lovers. And the hallmark, the flagship symptom of this disorder is suicide attempts or threats, self-harm. They don't truly intend to end their lives, but they want the attention associated with the attempt. That relationship you were talking about with that boy in college, he reported her behavior, which is fantastic, and that the fact that the university then did take action is great. Did he report anything other than the removing of the lug nuts? Did he report anything else, like vandalism or abuse or anything of that nature?
Yeah, my memory, it was primarily the lug nuts, but it was also the preceding conduct, which was the harassment, the stalking, that kind of thing.
Can you tell me anything else that you learned about her experiences in college?
I mean, the one thing that does also resonate a little bit with me is we talked to a lot of people, but the one thing that always struck me was a constant theme of what we heard back from people is that she had no best friend. Like, she did not have a person that she was close to, that she would confide in. No one could really call themselves her best friend. And that was something that I think that struck me as well.
That's fascinating, especially for a young college-age female. I mean, I would argue at that age, that's the only relationship that really matters to girls is their boyfriend and their best friend. Huh. Yeah, and that's not inconsistent, right, with some of the behaviors that we are looking at, that we're seeing in her. And she's kind of revealing herself to be, not the type of person who can handle interpersonal relationships. So that makes some sense. Wow. Despite her relatively normal upbringing, it's hard to ignore the disturbing traits Kristen is exhibiting. We're seeing evidence of violent behavior and language and the persistent manipulation of others. Thank you for putting that away. Excuse the noise, it's dinner time. And I wanted to just make a quick note about something I've been thinking about in terms of the profile for Kristen Gilbert. One thing that I've been very frustrated about is that we can't seem to locate anybody from her childhood, high school years even, who considered themselves a close friend of hers. And what I've come to realize is that that paucity of information is actually information in and of itself. So the fact that she didn't have anybody super close to her is consistent with several personality disorders. And my urge to put her into a box and put a bow on it and make this perfect profile, that's just not going to happen, because a lot of these features run across different psychopathologies, and that's totally normal. We can't carve nature at its joints and expect everybody falls perfectly under one category. This is what a psychopath looks like. This is what a schizophrenic looks like. No, people become who they are for various reasons. And yes, we can categorize them based on features, but it isn't that unusual to have comorbidity, which means having two different kind of diagnoses or personality disorders, or even, other more serious medical conditions happening at once. And that is something I have come to realize with Kristen, is that she is a bit of an enigma. She looks like a lot of different problems. And that is part of the complication when you're dealing with a female serial killer. They're not as simple, they're nuanced. Female killers in general tend to be more nuanced, but this one is particularly interesting and unique. And I have to realize that just not knowing everything is knowing a lot more than I thought. In college, Kristen is a small fish in a big pond. The academic excellence of her school years is not replicated. She passes her first year, but is no longer a star pupil. What's more, in 1987, her previous suicide attempt draws the attention of her college. Her college is made aware of the threat, and she is urged to undergo mental health treatment, but instead opts for a fresh start. She transfers first to Mount Wachusett Community College and then soon on to Greenfield Community College. To me, this shows a fiercely independent side to Kristen's character. She is defying professional guidance in order to strike her own path. Perhaps she feels she knows best, or that treatment is unnecessary. I'm keen to know what Dr. Catherine Ramsland thinks. Was it significant to you that Kristen refused the therapy that she was recommended after that teenage suicide attempt?
Yeah, I don't know that she refused it so much as avoided it. I think there's two different things there. I think she just found a way to not do it and then put it out of her mind. That would be the most characteristic thing for me for a borderline to do. you're wrong. I don't need this. I'll put it behind me and I'll go on to another school.
Reinvent myself once again.
Yep. Yes.
At 19, while still in college, Kristen takes a home care job with the Visiting Nurses Association, also known as the VNA. She's tasked with caring for a disabled boy in his family home.
Yeah, before she became a registered nurse, meaning while she was taking nursing classes at a community college called Greenfield Community College, I believe she worked as a visiting nurse. She was called in one day or night to take care of this boy. He was severely disabled, couldn't bathe himself, essentially didn't have full use of either his legs or his arms. And my memory is that he was also mute. But one of the nighttime activities to get him ready for bed was essentially an evening bath. And in the house, the bathtub faucet valve had temperature control locks. So you could never turn the temperature of the water up past a certain point, which would mean it was relatively impossible to scald or burn the child in the bath. Anyway, when the mother, I believe, came back and the child was in bed, he was quite agitated, and when she began to inspect a little bit more, she saw that the bottom half of his legs and his rear end had been scalded, meaning they were bright red, and you could see the clear line of demarcation where the water would have reached his legs. And she obviously was furious, which is probably even a understatement. But she called VNA and told them what had happened, never wanted her to come back to the house.
Wow. I'm sitting here in shock right now, but what overwhelms me when imagining what you just described is I can't think of a more vulnerable person for her to begin her experimenting with harm.
Right.
With what does it feel like to have this power over this kid? What does it feel like to watch somebody suffer? And wow, what an easy target. And who knows what else she did to him. Wow, that is really disturbing. But it's really telling.
Yeah.
It's really telling about, what's going on with somebody if they're taking somebody, a patient, a child, in the most vulnerable condition and taking advantage of that in the worst ways. Forensic psychologist Dr. Catherine Ramsland sees this case as being pivotal.
Oh, I think her first victim was the disabled boy. When Kristen was with him, he suffered burns over in the skull, like she scalded him. There was red marks over 60% of his body. This faucet had to be rejiggered for her to be able to use the water that hot. And that is chilling.
No accident.
Not only was it not an accident, it was an experiment. What can she do to this boy who can't yell out, help? And that, to me, was the most chilling aspect of here's where it began. She's experimenting on people.
Wow, you're right. It's one thing. I mean, she can't even get away with that being an accident. She's testing it out.
Yeah, it was when the family said that the faucet was fixed for a certain temperature and you actually physically had to change it for that kind of water to come out of it. I thought, oh man, she was experimenting.
This is the first case that we know of Kristen being linked to significant physical trauma of another, and her choice of victim is incredibly revealing. The boy is someone she can have total control over, someone who cannot cry out in pain, and someone who is unlikely to report mistreatment. The use of bathwater as well provides scope of deniability should any complaint arise. What I find really difficult to get my head around is the fact that a complaint is made detailing the deeply concerning treatment of a vulnerable boy in Kristen's care. And yet, she was able to continue her studies to qualify as a nurse. I must clarify that the school might not have known about the complaint. I speak to Beatrice Yorker, who is a nurse herself and also a professor of criminal justice at California State University.
I worked as an expert for the Board of Registered Nursing for California, and the type of cases they would send me to review whether a nurse's license should be revoked were incidents like that. Home care of a disabled child where the nurse left them alone in the bathtub and the mother filed a report. So sometimes we just see that there are aggressive acts in nursing, and it's not to be tolerated. Yes, nursing can be high risk in the emergency room and in psychiatry. However, we have entire protocols that teach us how to maintain our own safety rather than hurt patients back.
In Kristen's case, she was allowed to continue to work.
From my experience, that's because of civil rights. And that's because of a fundamental right to rehabilitate yourself, to make a mistake, to prove that it was a one-time thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I do see pretty egregious acts where nurses are, with some remediation, allowed to continue to practice. I'm not sure in Kristen's case how that happened, other than I sort of see it as a failure of people to enforce their own codes of conduct rather than be threatened by Kristen's lawyer or Kristen for suing them. And sometimes being sued is just not worth the price of stopping bad practice.
I mean, I knew that at a non-hospital setting level, something like this could happen, but to think people can overlook this stuff for the sake of a hospital, not the sake of the patients, is disturbing. If that had come across your desk, what would you have done?
Well, I would have looked into the circumstances. When I worked in a large pediatric hospital on the child psych service, about 30% of the kids under 5 on the burn unit were there with intentional burns, kids who'd had a potty accident and the parents in anger just put them in a bathtub of scalding water to teach them a lesson. And so in those cases, it doesn't automatically remove the child from the home. It says this is a parent who may be depressed, who maybe doesn't have resources, who has poor impulse control. We take removing a child from parents very seriously, and we give parents every opportunity to rehabilitate. So we look at the circumstances. If this had been explainable as a genuine accident, we would have said, you need remediation before you can be back in touch with patients. You need to meet this, and this benchmarks. You need to show empathy. You need to make amends, whatever. And if she was able to do that, then she would be able to practice. But you can't just say this happened. We know accidents happen. So we have to have space for accidents. However, my understanding of this particular burn incident was that the circumstances showed she did it deliberately. And if you have circumstances that show it was a deliberate burn, then no. That is behavior that has caused mortal, lethal injury. And although the kid survived, it was by luck. So no, once that happens and it was deliberate, there's no way to look at it as an accident, then you stop practice.
Okay, so if it had been proven that Kristen's actions with this child were deliberate, she would not have been allowed to return to nursing care.
If she was operating with some kind of credential. See, what happens is a lot of nursing students don't have their license yet, but they'll say, I'm going to work for this agency doing home health care for disabled, children. And of course they're hired because they're a nursing student, but you have nothing to lose, no credential, you're not registered anywhere, and so she wouldn't have been stopped.
Kristen continues her studies at Greenfield College, which is also closer to her new boyfriend who lives nearby. His name is Glenn Gilbert, and they meet on a sunny summer's day at Hampton Beach in 1986 while Glenn is on vacation. At 22, he's a couple of years older than 19-year-old Kristen and has a job at Liebman Optical Group, where a promotion to manager is on the horizon. Dr. Catherine Ramsland. Now, Glenn's not exciting. I mean, he's got a good job. He's, very kind. He's easygoing. Probably easy to pull the wool over his eyes. What's in it for her? What would attract her to Glenn?
Well, if indeed she has borderline tendencies, stability is a very attractive trait, even though they get tired of it fast. It's initially very attractive because they don't have it. It's something missing in them, and they see another person being very grounded and thoughtful. He's also somebody she could control. And this is a woman who seems to want to keep complete control in her life, and there is a mate that she can do that with. But I would say that initially it's the stability that was attractive to her.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point. And then subsequently the control that she can maintain and a certain lifestyle she can maintain without having to deal with his complaints. Glenn is certainly a calming force for Kristen. The relationship, long distance at first, goes from strength to strength. They become engaged, and in 1988, 21-year-old Kristen qualifies as a nurse. That same year, they marry, foregoing a fancy big wedding to simply elope. Kristen Strickland is now Kristen Gilbert. It is this name that would go down in criminal history. It is a whirlwind. It's love. But try as she might, Kristen cannot keep a lid on her volatile personality. William Welch.
I don't quite recall what the precipitating event was, other than she got extremely, extremely angry, grabbed a butcher knife, and literally began to chase him around the house. How he diffused it, I don't really recall, but he, told us this event and clearly was shaken as he was sort of reliving it with us. But it was, beyond kind of a little bit of marital discord. I mean, it was truly more of an attempt on his life.
By the time Kristen accepts her first nursing job, I've already seen evidence of malingering, habitual lying, manipulation, violence, and this need for attention. Kristen Gilbert is a ticking time bomb, and the worst is yet to come. She's committed her first violent offense against a vulnerable boy in a home care setting. Newly qualified as a nurse, the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton, Massachusetts, a place of sanctuary and care for war veterans, is about to become Kristen Gilbert's own personal killing field. Previously on Mind of a Monster, the Killer Nurse.
She started telling people that she was related to Lizzie Borden. It's like saying, I'm related to Charles Manson.
She began to stalk him and engage in other forms of harassment, which, as we understand it, culminated in her loosening the lug nuts on one of the tires of his car.
Well, I think her first victim was the disabled boy.
From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the Killer Nurse. Chapter 2, The Angel of Death. It's August 21st, 1995, at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton, Massachusetts. After 8 p.m., a 27-year-old nurse, Kristen Gilbert, is seen entering the room of 66-year-old Korean War veteran Stanley Jagodowski. She's holding a syringe and a cotton swab. From the hallway, 2 hospital workers hear Stanley Jagodowski yell, "Stop it! Stop! You're killing me!" The nurse glides away, and within minutes, the patient's heart skyrockets. A code is called, the signal for immediate aid for a patient in critical condition, and an emergency team, including Kristen Gilbert, descends. The team manages to briefly stabilize Stanley, but his heart fails and the veteran dies. By 1988, Kristen is married to Glenn Gilbert and has graduated from nursing college. She begins her nursing career at Bay State Medical Center before switching in 1989 to Veterans Affairs Medical Center, or VAMC for short, in Northampton, Massachusetts. Detective Lieutenant Tom Soutier is from the area and knows the hospital well.
The Veterans Administration Hospital is located in a village of the city of Northampton, which is the village of Leeds. It is located on a hillside surrounded by trees and just very park-like in its location, probably many acres. I believe that it's the oldest VA hospital in the country, and it had shrunken in size as far as the amount of buildings they had.
VAMCs were and are designed to give proper respect, care, and first-class treatment to the people who have risked life and limb for the safety of America, war veterans. In the 1990s, this included veterans from World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and the Gulf War, among others. Reminders of its military focus are found in glass case displays all around the building of Marine, Airborne, and infantry patches. With her family's military background, it's a logical fit for Kristen. William Welch was the Massachusetts state attorney in the 1990s.
It was a bit of a sleepy environment. There were not major crises that happened on a daily basis. And so therefore, people got to know each other. The staff, I think, was fairly close. They would celebrate anniversaries and birthdays together. I think they would commiserate over divorces. And so it was a very close-knit group of people that worked there.
And did Kristen get along well with her colleagues?
And she got along very well. So when she first began working at the VA Medical Center, she started off on Ward C, was befriended by everybody, had that veneer of soccer mom, baked cupcakes for individuals and brought them in, had 2 children while she was working at the VA Medical Center, would go out regularly on Wednesdays with coworkers. So she was someone who began to blend into the fabric of Ward C.
How was that ward managed? Who was in charge?
Each shift would have a charge nurse, and it was usually someone with more senior experience. And then overall, there was a nurse manager who really was responsible for all 3 shifts. So that was someone who, would ensure there was proper staffing, people were coming late or calling in sick, would be the one to find out more information and perhaps reprimand them if she felt they were slacking off. But it seemed to be a ward where, things were run smoothly. Everyone seemed dedicated to the mission.
Early proficiency reports point to Kristen's skill in medical emergencies and knowledge of medicine. Melody Turner is the nurse manager.
She was a very bright young nurse who knew nursing, knew the nursing process, knew medications, had clinical knowledge. I felt that Kristen was more interested in the task type of responsibilities rather than providing direct bedside care.
But there is something strange about Ward C. From the moment Kristen Gilbert arrives, the death rate starts to shoot up.
As people got to know Kristen, I think they very much respected her knowledge of nursing and her knowledge of medicines. And in fact, that was one of the things that she was very proud of. And she made it abundantly clear to her coworkers that, as some of them would say, she thought she was probably a better nurse and more knowledgeable about medicines than anybody else, even some of the doctors.
So it's interesting. It can be perceived as somebody who truly cares about the well-being of the patient. However, we know that's not really Kristen.
Correct. So when she first got there in, I believe it was 1989, she started off on the night shift, and that would be the midnight to 8 a.m. shift. And then she spent the last years of her tenure on the evening shift, which was the 4 to 12 shift. And she moved to the evening shift because of the 2 young children now she had in her family. But the one thing that was remarkable about this, when you step away, is deaths seemed to follow Kristen Gilbert no matter what shift she worked on.
Her colleagues begin to comment. In fact, it's not just the deaths that are increasing. There's also a huge rise in the number of emergency codes being called. Across this period, Kristen activates the emergency alarm 72 times, compared to a total of 70 for all of the other nurses combined. Would you explain to us what an emergency code means?
Yeah, so really in any hospital, but at the VA Medical Center, they would call a code red when someone was in a medical emergency. And what I mean by that is, either a cardiac event or perhaps a very serious breathing event. There would be a designated code team. They would immediately respond to wherever the incident was and then begin the appropriate emergency resuscitation efforts. And, obviously, Kristen was one of the individuals on the code team.
She was named the Angel of Death by her colleagues. What was her reaction to understanding that they were now onto her?
She would discount it by simply, saying that she was an excellent nurse, discovered these patients in distress, and was quite proud of the fact that when she did find people in these medical emergencies, her save rate was about 50%. And if you look at medical literature, the survival rate on codes is generally around 10%, 15%, all of which is dependent upon the time of discovery. So she happened to be in the right place at the right time, and was able to, as she said, save 50% of the victims.
One doctor asked to have Kristen removed from the care of his patients. To me, that's astonishing.
Yeah. Essentially, it was a doctor who had spent a considerable amount of time essentially getting a patient back to a level of stability. So when he had left for his shift, the patient was in stable condition and, as I recall, stated after the fact that there was no reason for the patient to lapse into a medical emergency when he left. The VA Medical Center had visiting doctors, and they particularly would staff the Ward C on the evening shifts. So you may have a doctor who sees a patient on day 1, but may not come back until day 3 or day 4. So my memory as it related to this incident, it was when the doctor came back several days after for his next shift, he was shocked that his patient had gone into a medical emergency and had died. And when he looked at the chart, he saw that Kristen Gilbert had taken over for the care of the patient after he left, and was just flabbergasted that this happened and couldn't understand how it could have happened. And that's what caused him to say, I don't want her taking care of any more of my patients. My memory is it got reported up the chain and it got reviewed. But with many of the patients, they all had some sort of underlying medical condition. And I think without the benefit of hindsight, it was difficult for people to really parse out what would be expected versus what would have been unexpected.
That makes tremendous sense. It's not like you're dealing with a healthy population. It's August 1995, and 66-year-old Korean War veteran Stanley Jagodowski has been admitted to the VA Medical Center, Northampton. He has acute health issues, but he is in no way terminal. William Welch.
So Stanley Jagodowski, as I recall, was an Army veteran. He was in the hospital at the VA Medical Center really to help with a breathing condition. So he was in distress a couple of days before. And as is typical, they begin to kind of get his body weight down and he becomes much more stable. On this particular day and night, a nursing assistant had gone in, had checked on his condition, found him to be stable, was able to have a conversation with him, kind of what you would expect of a patient who was recovering and resting. And then the next thing that was reported, and to the nursing assistant's credit, she had a very good memory of this. Suddenly, Stanley Jagodowski began to scream out, "Stop, stop, it's burning me, it hurts." Anyway, when the nursing assistant sort of looked down the hallway, she saw Kristen Gilbert running out of the room described how she was wearing kind of Birkenstock type sandals and actually skidded as she was running out of the room because she was running out of it so fast. And then headed into, I think, up the hallway, but obviously away from a patient who was in distress. A code was called. Kristen Gilbert responded to the code like everybody else. And Stanley Jagodowski ultimately died because of his weakened condition.
Obviously, that nursing assistant must have suspected Kristen at that point. Did anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, the nursing assistant definitely told us that it was incredibly odd. It was like totally contrary to what you would expect a nurse to do. She wouldn't run away from a patient in distress. She would respond to a patient in distress. But then again, this particular nursing assistant was a nursing assistant. And in the hierarchy, she's at the bottom of the rung and the registered nurses are at the top of the rung. And then to that, she would be talking about an individual who was well regarded on the ward, was a soccer mom, was someone who was friendly with most of the staff. And it puts them in that very uncomfortable position of, how do I point the finger at someone where I don't think anyone's going to have my back, perhaps?
Was Stanley the first of Kristen's death? Do we think that, or do you think he was somewhere in the middle of her bevy of bodies?
Yeah, I think he was at the tail end of her bevy of bodies. So I think she started doing this in 1989, 1990. Probably did it at a much slower pace. And that would be based on the statistical evidence and the review of the data that related to the codes following her from shift to shift to shift. But I think he was the first, what I would call most outrageous episode, where I think she began to get, in her mind, uncatchable.
It's so true. I mean, in that way, she follows the pattern of every serial killer of they become more brazen as they become emboldened by not being caught. And she's doing what they all do. They get cocky and sloppy. In 1995, Kristen looks worlds away from her high school yearbook. The mom of two is stylish. Her hair is now cropped and dyed into a fashionable blonde bob. A new member of staff has joined the VAMC, Gulf War veteran James "Jim" Peralt. He's taken on as a VA police officer, as he describes.
My primary role is security and safety of the staff and patients, assisting staff members with patients who are unruly or disruptive, assisting during medical emergencies and psych interventions. During my rounds doing security, I stopped on the wards and I would talk to staff members. And Kristen and I seem to have more in common, and we talked a lot.
So James Peralt was a veteran, certainly a younger individual. He was in his early 20s, got a job at the VA Medical Center on their police force. Again, it was a position that really was more about doing security and patrols and occasionally having to deal with the unruly patient, either because of substance or alcohol abuse, but otherwise, would not call it a high stress position. But one of the things that they did do is they responded to medical emergencies. Not only did they respond in order to provide sort of crowd control or security, but they also performed some of the labor. And in particular, James Peralt would do the CPRs, or would help with the CPRs because, they can be tiring. He would be doing the chest compressions.
The arrival of James Peralt coincides with the disintegration of Kristen's picture-perfect personal life. She and her husband Glenn welcomed a second son in November of 1993, but by late summer 1995, Kristen no longer appears interested in home life. In fact, everything she does seems to be geared towards socializing with work colleagues. Glenn Gilbert.
It started as, I believe, just a casual gathering for a drink on the way home from work. And it progressed to the point where it became part of the ending of an evening that was, she was home with the kids, with myself, and then would get changed to go out at midnight to meet up with those people.
Colleagues start to notice further changes in Kristen's appearance, too.
She was a very pretty, well-kept young woman who just looked normally pretty and well-kept. And she had a marked weight loss, and her appearance became very flamboyant, very provocative looking. She was wearing makeup, which I really didn't notice her wearing makeup prior to that, and she had gotten a hairdo, a layered kind of tossing hairdo, and her appearance was just very different from what it had been.
It isn't long before conversations between Kristen and the young VA police officer James Perrault become flirtatious, and by the summer of 1995, an affair begins. Things turned physical after some after-work drinks at the local Veterans of Foreign Wars bar called the VFW. He describes the moment.
We were at the VFW one night, and I had gotten there prior to her arrival. A group of other VA employees showed up, and then Kristen showed up at midnight. And there was not a seat available for her to sit on, so she shared a stool with myself. I walked her out to her vehicle, and we got to her vehicle, and we kissed.
They make very little effort to hide their affair at work, with patient codes being one of the central times they get to work together in close quarters. VA police officers are often called upon to perform the physically challenging work of CPR.
She stated that she enjoyed watching me perform CPR, watching my muscles as I did the compressions, and that I did it correctly out of all the other officers.
One nurse reports what she witnessed.
Kristen would be doing things with the patient and glancing over at Jim, and Jim would be glancing over at her. They would rub up against each other and give each other, it was like looking at each other in their eyes and stuff.
I'm trying to understand their mindset. I'd think that trying to save someone's life would be distracting enough, but while they're trying to save someone's life, they're flirting, rubbing against each other. It's so disturbing to me, and the accounts of their behavior, Kristen's in particular, get even worse.
We were moving a patient out and they were coming down the hall, and Kristen started doing chest compressions, and she actually jumped on top of the patient, like straddled him. Got her leg around on top of him so that her legs were on the side of his hips, and she was doing the compressions. That particular time that she did that, she also was wearing a skirt, and her skirt went up high, and you could see that she had a garter belt on.
There's clearly something very odd going on here. William Welch. Did the onlookers report that she seemed excited by the thrill of the code?
Yeah, one of the themes of some of their conversations was that she often looked excited by the codes themselves, and that she would then brag after the fact about, oh, we saved another one, or we were able to pull, him back from the precipice of death. But that was a theme, clearly a topic of conversation amongst some of the coworkers, which was like, why is she getting so worked up about these codes in terms of, the self-gratification?
As I dig a little deeper, it's clear that the case of Kristen Gilbert is far more complicated than I had previously thought. Her troubling behavior seeps into all areas of her life. At the end of October 1995, Kristen arranges a frankly bizarre Halloween party where she invites her lover James Perrault as her sister Tara's date. But the affair is clear for all to see, including Glenn.
Kristen's involvement with Jim Perrault pretty much dominated her evening. She had arranged a date between her sister and Jim Perrault and was very much involved in the connecting of the two people at this party. I was pretty much ignored for the majority of the party by Kristen.
The relationship between husband and wife is fracturing beyond repair. Glenn then notices the meals Kristen cooks for him taste unusual. He has a horrible feeling she's doing something to his food, but can't be sure. Then, on November 5th, 1995, his health deteriorates and he is hospitalized. They find potassium and glucose levels to be very low, but he is sent home to recover.
One day he was really not feeling well, kind of under the weather, and communicated that to Kristen. He told her that it was probably simply because, he had gone out late the night before after a softball game, had a few too many beers, was kind of feeling the effects of that. But according to him, she expressed worry and said they really needed to figure out what the underlying cause was. And she recommended that she take a blood sample and told him that she could take it to the VA and have it analyzed. And so he, metaphorically kind of scratched his head and said, really, I don't understand why I would need to have to give a blood sample when I really just think it's because I'm hungover. And she began to press a little bit more and said, no, I think we should do it. We should do it. So he believed that she had his best interests in heart. Obviously, he was her husband. He was the father of their 2 kids. She was a nurse. She told him she had done this hundreds of times before. So they went into the bathroom. He sat on the toilet seat. She pulled out a needle and a syringe. He didn't really have a good description of the object that she drew liquid from, but he did have a memory that she drew a liquid from, sort of a glass object. And so he said to her, I thought you were going to draw blood. Why do you need to put something into my vein? And her response was, well, we need to flush your vein first before I can draw any blood. And as he described it to us, he was not a medical professional. Again, he had no reason to believe that she was trying to harm him. And she began to inject this liquid into his vein. He described this sensation that quickly traveled up his arm and then said it hit his heart like a fist. And all he remembered at that point was waking up on the floor of their bathroom. And as he was coming to, he described how she very hurriedly was putting together this syringe and sort of whatever other objects that she had in her hand into a kit, and then kind of ran out of the bathroom.
Wow. And she didn't address it with him? She just scurried away.
Correct.
As with Stanley Jagodowski, we have this description of a burning or warm sensation in the arm and then a pain to the heart. Instead of caring for her husband, Kristen looks flustered, packs up her medical bag, and walks away. Glenn keeps the incident to himself for now. Was she trying to kill her own husband? Born in 1960, Henry Houdon was a well-liked teen with lots of promise. His sister, Christine Duquette, tells his story. What was your favorite thing about Henry as your little brother?
He could always make you laugh. And sometimes not meaning to. It was just sometimes his thought process about things. He would get things accomplished, and if you ask, well, what made you think of that? And then he would just tell you, well, and it just sounded when he said it like common sense. But he was good at problem solving, very good at problem solving.
So he was funny and clever.
Yeah.
What prompted him to join the Air Force?
Well, there's a bit of Air Force, military history in the family. And my dad, he was in the Army Air Corps prior to World War II and served all during World War II. And when the Army and Air Corps split, he went to the Air Force side, and he was still in a couple of years after World War II.
And that's what inspired Henry to kind of follow in his footsteps?
I think it did. I think it had a lot to do with it. He went to basic training and then to tech school for physical therapy assistant, and he was shipped, he had 24 hours leave, and it happened to be on Thanksgiving. So he came home from Texas for Thanksgiving Day, and then I drove him the next day to McGuire Air Base in New Jersey, and he took off for Lakenheath. That was his first assignment. I don't like to go back too far with a lot of the memories because I will just sit, they all come crashing forward and I cry and cry. But the one that I think about the most is when he was stationed over in England and I went over to visit him, and he was stationed at Lakenheath, and where he loved the most was Cambridge. So of course he took me to Cambridge a couple times when I went. And he was, I don't think I've ever seen him so happy. I mean, he was just so delighted with everything there. The people, especially the shops, the restaurants, the pubs. He was in his element when he was there.
People find themselves in need of healthcare for all kinds of reasons, but Henry Houdon's story is particularly tragic. It's 1980, and after just under a year in England, something happens that will change his life dramatically.
And what happened is he was in the pizza shop with one of his friends, and this was on the base. And at the table next, one of the tables next to them, was an officer with his wife and children, younger children. And there was a fight that broke out with two gentlemen.
Between?
He has no idea who they were. Just two other GIs, two other airmen. And the officer just looked at my brother and his friend Mike and said, go put a stop to that now. I don't need my kids seeing that. So they got up and they attempted to stop the fight, and my brother ended up with a beer bottle right across his forehead. And that's where everything went downhill from there. He had a detached retina. There was a substantial amount of frontal lobe damage. He was in the hospital there for quite some time. Eventually, he got shipped home, and he was labeled within a few months of passive-aggressive behavior. And about 6 months after that with schizophrenia, which is pretty basic with frontal lobe damage.
He must have been hit tremendously hard for it to cause all of that.
Well, part of it was the beer bottle, but as soon as he got hit with the beer bottle, he went face down right on the cement floor. So it's like, it's a double whammy right there.
Upon hearing the news, Christine goes to see her brother.
All I could get off of work was just a couple of days, so it was a quick trip back and forth while he was in the hospital. And I could see it in the hospital already. I just assumed that it was due to the injury and possible medication they had him on, but it was not the same person already talking to him. It was just, he was very despondent.
That's horrible. What happened after that, after the hospital?
Well, after he came home, he was given a general medical discharge, and then he came home, and that's how he got involved with Leeds VA Center to start with. They're very well known across the country. They have a very large psych ward, and so he'd be in and out. You know, they'd get him on a medication regimen, and it would work for a while. But it was okay. I mean, it still wasn't the same brother with the same attitude. He still would just be very sad, very quiet most of the time. And he would just tell you flat out, he would say, you know, I'm never going to be normal. I'm never going to hold that much of a job. School is out of the question. I just can't do it anymore. So your heart would just break over that, because it did destroy his life. It really did.
Did you get glimpses of the old Henry when he was compliant with his medication?
Yes. He would be laughing. He would be joking. Always working on some kind of projects, whether it was something electronic or something carpentry. And he would be enjoying himself and enjoy whatever it was that he was doing.
It's December 8th, 1995, and Henry Houdon, now 35, is suffering from a dreadful bout of the flu. As a veteran with complex and ongoing psychological issues, the Veterans Affairs Medical Center is his local healthcare facility. While being admitted, Henry initially tells a white lie to ensure he's seen. William Welch.
It claimed that he had overdosed, which is not an uncommon false claim to make, simply to be able to get housed at the VA Medical Center. Fate resulted in him going over to Ward C, going into the ICU, and that evening, Kristen Gilbert was his caregiver.
Christine Duquette continues. So how did he feel about being admitted to this different ward of the hospital?
Terrified. He had been for a medication adjustment about a month before in the psychiatric unit. So when he got admitted to the medical side, my mom was getting ready to leave. And he just looked at her and he said, so what's going on? And she said, well, they're going to keep you overnight. Specifically, they're going to give you medication to stop the vomiting so you can keep your psych meds down, because we don't want to go through that all over again. He was in a panic when she said that. He said, I don't want to stay here. He said, you don't. She says, why? He says, you don't understand. People have been dying around here more lately than ever. I don't want to stay here. And he started getting louder and louder. So the doctor in the ER section, or admitting section, I should say, came over and told my mother, pulled her aside and said, look, just tell him you'll be back tomorrow with some clothes for him. And just quietly go. We don't want a big escalation here. So my mother went back to him and told him, I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to bring some clothes to you. And the last thing he said to her was, Mom, I don't want to die.
Dr. Greg Blackman is on shift that evening.
So Henry Houdon's admission diagnosis was overdose. And so, little did I know that it was fabricated. So he's schizophrenic. Supposedly he had a tricyclic overdose. And so in tricyclics, if you have an overdose, it gives you arrhythmias. So he was in the unit. He had a normal EKG. He had a normal rhythm strip. We did a tox screen on him. And it had come back and it was negative. Like, okay. And I just figured, well, it had gotten out of his system by then, so all right, that's good. Great, I can sleep tonight.
The nurse on shift that evening is Kristen Gilbert. Her affair with James Perrault continues, as James describes.
Things became more charged between us while we were together. We'd flirt more often when we were together, send more suggestive emails and phone conversations back and forth.
At 5:18 p.m., using a hospital computer terminal, James Perrault sends Kristen an email about their dinner plans.
I hope the chicken is done. Check it first. I looked and it did look done. I put it back in for another half hour uncovered, so I think that should be done.
At 5:43 p.m., Henry Houdon's heart rate skyrockets, and Kristen calls an emergency code. The emergency team, including Dr. Greg Blackman, Kristen Gilbert, and James Perrault, are on the scene. Dr. Greg Blackman.
I run upstairs. We commence with the code. We go through algorithms. So every 5 minutes, epinephrine, you shock them. We gave them lidocaine. That didn't work. We gave them more lidocaine. That didn't work. We went to Brutilium, which ironically is no longer in the algorithm. It got taken away in favor of amiodarone. But it was still on the algorithm, so we went to that. It's an antiarrhythmic, so we gave Brutilium. And the thing that you really don't want if you resuscitate someone is for them to be brain damaged.
Right.
And so we brought him back, and he was moving, and his eyes were opening. And at this point, he was intubated. So, okay, he's arrested, get the airway in there, and we get him resuscitated, and then he's moving, his eyes are open, and it's like, holy cow, this is fantastic. And I say, wow, we got him back, and he's awake. And he looks at me and goes, I wouldn't be so happy. I said, what do you mean? And he goes, he's schizophrenic. And one of my boyhood friends And his younger brother got diagnosed as schizophrenic as an adult. And so, I mean, it's not a huge revelation to say that, well, you know, the people that have psychiatric illnesses are people. And, you know, there's a range of functionality there, too, and there are people that are functional. And so that really didn't sit right with me.
So insensitive, and she's devalued him right in front of you.
And so, I mean, you know, I'm not real big on being thought police, and so I wasn't scolding or anything like that, but I just filed that away, like, okay, that's not cool.
Is there anything else you remember?
I remember during that code, parole, Jim, was delivering CPR. I mean, he was a piston, and it was just boom, boom, boom.
Did you know that he and Kristen were having an affair at that time?
I did not. I know that both of them were very effective in the code.
With Henry Houdon stabilized, James Perrault returns to his office and he and Kristen continue to email each other. Between emails, Kristen enters Henry Houdon's room and injects him with what she would later claim was Valium. Within 3 minutes at 6:55 p.m., Kristen calls another code for Henry.
And he rearrests. And, well, you know, take the pony that got you there. So I used Bertilium again. Boom. Again, he comes back. And she commented, she said, I've never seen anyone use Bertilium before. And it was a bit flirtatious. But, so anyway, that was weird.
With Henry brought back from the brink for a second time, everyone returns to their stations. Then, at 7:29 p.m., while Kristen Gilbert is allegedly administering potassium to Henry Houdon, he goes into cardiac arrest again, and Kristen calls a third code. The emergency team descends, and Henry is stabilized once more. At 9:07 p.m., Kristen emails Perrault.
So, are we going out? Should I meet you?
28 minutes later, at 9:34 p.m., Kristen calls a fourth code for Henry. This time, the emergency team is unable to resuscitate him. Dr. Blackman pronounces the physically healthy young man dead.
And he passed, and I called his mother, and the conversation where I had used the term we've lost Henry, and the mother's like, well, where did he go? You know, did he leave the hospital? And then I had to be explicit and said that, well, Henry died. And she's like, no. Oh, no. And that's hard. I mean, that's
heartbreaking.
She got the phone call later that night that he passed away. And I guess my mother just, I don't know exactly what she did, except for the fact she went next door to her neighbor, and it's her neighbor who called me and said, your mom can't talk right now. The hospital just called about your brother. He's dead. My mind just went blank. I grabbed my purse, I grabbed my car keys, and I flew up there. I know my brother did not have any kind of cardiac problem. He did not have any medical problem. You know, no kidney problem, no diabetes, no anything. Just the psych issues. That's it.
How far was that horrible drive?
It was about, well, I went down to see my mom first to make sure she was okay. So the whole thing, going to her, I only stayed, 2 minutes, and then up to Leeds, about an hour and 15 minutes.
So you have an hour and 15 minutes of hearing that your brother's dead to ruminate until you actually get to the hospital.
Yeah, and all I kept thinking was the doctor had to have made a mistake.
At the hospital, Kristen Gilbert finishes her shift and heads off to her date with James Perrault. What was the hospital's response? What did you see when you got there?
Well, when I got there, I don't know, the words just came out. And it's so funny because I had not been thinking about that beforehand. I said, I want an autopsy.
Meanwhile, Dr. Greg Blackman is left dumbfounded by the unexpected death.
I mean, this is one of the dirty secrets of being a physician. When something doesn't go the way that it should, there's this, it's a nauseating feeling where you're like, what could I have done differently?
Yeah.
You know, and if you care, I mean, you're like, okay, you just think about it.
Yeah.
And it just stays with you.
A couple of days later, desperate for any information about her son's final hours, Henry's mother, Julia, calls the hospital to speak to anyone who might have been with her son at the end. Kristen Gilbert takes the call.
It was fast.
She then impatiently cuts short the call with the grieving mother.
I've just come on duty and I have to go.
I cannot believe how incredibly cold Kristen just was with a grieving mother. I mean, she has time to email James Perrault, but doesn't have time to give this mom some information about her deceased son. And I'm trying to make sense of all of it. I've been looking over the records relating to her case, and it seems like Kristen's lack of bedside manner has been repeatedly remarked upon. The main complaint is her lack of interest in patient well-being. It's a recurring issue. It seems to have stalled her career progression to an extent. Here it says, in late 1995, she was eligible for a promotion from a grade 1 to a grade 2 nurse. And as part of the application, Kristen, of course, points to her expertise in administering medication and how she even promoted a new way of administering this drug called epinephrine during medical emergencies with a different kind of needle. But ultimately, she consistently fails to improve upon what I would argue is the most crucial aspect of nursing, and that's genuine care. Henry Houdon's autopsy takes place on December 10th, 1995. For a death of that nature, the cause should be physically obvious. There should be pre-existing heart issues or evidence of something else that may have triggered so many cardiac arrests. And yet, the medical examiner notes that he cannot find, and I quote, a clear cause of death. Between August and December 1995, Kristen Gilbert has killed at least 2 individuals, Stanley Jagodowski and Henry Houdon, and her activities on Ward C are about to escalate to a whole new level of horror. Previously on Mind of a Monster, the Killer Nurse.
Suddenly, Stanley Jagodowski began to scream out, "Stop, stop, it's burning me, it hurts."
I said, I want an autopsy.
Kristen Gilbert is a healthcare serial killer convicted of murdering 4 patients, attempting to murder 2 more, and suspected of killing dozens of others. Her victim count could be as high as in the hundreds. From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the Killer Nurse. Chapter 3, Ward C. It's late December 1995, and as Christmas draws closer, 72-year-old World War II veteran Francis Marrier is admitted to Ward C. A diabetic, Marrier has been a frequent visitor to the medical facility for a long while. His admittance this time is simply to treat ulcers. His heart is fine, so much so that the medical team doesn't see a need to fix him to a heart monitor. He's in a regular room, not the ICU. On December 20th, all his signs that day have been normal, but something changes within an hour of Nurse Kristen Gilbert taking over his care. Tonight, she has plans of her own. She wants to go out to socialize, but a request to leave has been denied by the charge nurse. Entering Marrier's room, she notes that his blood sugar levels have dropped alarmingly low, and claims to have administered a strong glucose injection to help bring the levels back up again. Only instead of helping, the injection, she claims, triggers a cardiac arrest. An emergency code is called and the medical team descends. Marrier pulls through. For a man who has survived D-Day, it is another extremely close call. But like D-Day, his sudden cardiac arrest defies all odds. It is unheard of for a patient to encounter serious heart issues following an injection of glucose. What has gone wrong? Christmas comes and goes, and Kristen's relationship with VAMC, Veterans Affairs Medical Center police officer James Perrault, continues to develop. Soon after the possible poisoning of her husband Glenn in November 1995, Kristen moves out of the family home and into an apartment by herself. She and James spend almost all of their free time together. James Perrault.
I had strong feelings for her. I wasn't in love with her at the time, but I was very attracted to her, and I thought that would potentially have something in the future. We would stop and have our meals and take our breaks together. I'd go up to see her in the ICU, and she would come down to admissions and see me down there.
By early January 1996, we have two unexpected deaths linked to Kristen Gilbert, those of Stanley Jagodowski and Henry Houdon, plus the curious instance with Frances Marrier. But I've been looking at the statistics related to this case, and the numbers are astonishing. During the year of 1995, there are 4 times as many deaths on Kristen's evening shift than either of the other 2 shifts on Ward C. Close to 40 compared to 10 and less on each of the others. And it's not just the deaths that stand out. There's also this huge rise in emergency codes, too. From 1989 to 1995, Kristen activates the emergency alarm 72 times, compared to a total of 70 for all of the other nurses combined. Usually, there are 5 or 6 members working on each shift, depending on the number of patients on the ward, meaning Kristen had around 4 times more deaths on her shift. Some are for patients who are resuscitated multiple times before dying. I can't help but think that this should be ringing more than just emergency alarm bells. Beatrice Yorker is a nurse and a professor of criminal justice at California State University.
I just want to point out, because this is common throughout the healthcare serial murders, when a patient flatlines, they die, they're dead. And that CPR is really only successful if something has altered the pattern of the heart's beat. For example, an electric shock, struck by lightning, a drowning, something like that. For most patients, when you die, and no amount of resuscitation will get you back. You're dead. So what is particularly interesting in the healthcare serial killers, and what has tipped colleagues and coworkers off, is the fact that the number of resuscitations is significantly higher. And then people go, well, wait a minute. Why did this patient's heart stop? It wasn't because they were dying a natural death. Something caused their heart to flatline or to go into an arrhythmia.
That's fascinating. For Henry Houdon's sister Christine, who is a nurse herself, the circumstances of her brother's death, which include multiple flatlines and resuscitations, simply do not make sense. She wants answers and returns to Northampton, VA.
And I don't know what got into me, because I've always been a fairly quiet person outside of when you're in a group with your friends or coworkers. I never thought I would have had it in me, but I went back, and it was just a day or two later after he passed away, and I asked for his medical records. Now, at the most, it was 2 days after, and I had to stand there, and I'm waiting, and it's almost an hour. And another woman finally comes out, and she says, you're going to have to wait longer for them because his medical records have been sent to Washington.
That's curious.
Why? Is that standard procedure? And she says, well, No, but somebody requested his records. At that point, I was positive. The doctor really messed up. I was positive of that.
Henry's death was not a result of his doctor's wrongdoing, but Christine is right to question the circumstances of her brother's death. Henry Houdon's autopsy is conducted on December 10, 1995, just 2 days after his death. It leaves the coroner perplexed. There is no visible cause of death. Since then, the coroner has sent numerous samples to the Massachusetts Crime Laboratory for toxicology testing. They have all come back clean or revealing tiny traces of drugs that the coroner already knows Henry was administered during his stay at the VAMC. Without a cause of death, he cannot release a death certificate. Toward the end of 1995, it's not just Christine and the coroner asking questions. A few nurses are starting to have serious concerns about the disturbing number of deaths in Ward C. Mary Sullivan is a former nurse and a pioneer in forensic nursing. So what is it about nurses that make them better able to pick up on these things than perhaps a doctor?
Well, nurses know each other. They know patients. Nurses know how hospitals are run, where things are kept, who comes and goes. Doctors come and go. They make rounds. They see their patient. They might stay at the desk for a while and visit with somebody or do their notes in the computer, but generally they see their patients, they go back to their office or wherever, do their notes, and they're gone.
Mm-hmm. And they don't know the patient as intimately as the nurse would, right?
Correct. And the nurse also knows the family and could ask the family what's typical with this person. The doctor typically isn't as involved with hospital life as everybody thinks they are. We do everything.
That's right.
So we're aware of everything. And when something is out of kilter, if you do the same thing every shift over and over, for those people who work steadily, back then you were hired for a shift and that's what you worked, unless you were assigned another shift. So you know what became routine.
From at least November 1995, registered nurse Kathy Ricks, who was on shift during Francis Marrier's cardiac arrest, has been privately monitoring patient deaths and codes in Ward C. She's beginning to come to the uncomfortable realization that Kristen Gilbert, the nurse who knows codes and medication better than most, is the common denominator.
And you know what happens when the routine is broken. So when there were enough codes, Kathy started wondering, why are all these people coding on our shift? Why are we always the one that are busy?
Interesting. And did she notice she was busier when Kristen was on?
And then that's the next step. Then she noticed it was Kristen that was usually in the center of things.
Good for Kathy.
And it was kind of, like, oh no, I don't want to think this. I don't want to, she fought it. She said she didn't want to think it. But it was happening too often. I mean, their unit started getting a reputation after a while, and she was curious.
If Kristen is triggering cardiac events in patients, how is she getting away with it? And what drugs is she using to do it? Beatrice Yorker is an expert on healthcare serial killers. I turned to her to help shed some light on how medical murderers typically kill, how prevalent they are, and where Kristen Gilbert fits in. How do medical serial killers usually kill, and why?
All right. So the vast majority kill with injection. And the vast majority of those injections are into an intravenous tube that is already in the patient. You don't even have to prick the patient.
I've heard of insulin being used before, but what else is used?
Then we have the respiratory paralyzing agents, succinylcholine, which is used to intubate a patient to stop them from fighting when the tube goes in, when you're going to take over their breathing, but it paralyzes your breathing muscles, okay? So that's very popular. Then we have potassium chloride. The wickedness of potassium chloride is that it's a normal electrolyte. We all need it in our bodies. Half the time when you get an IV to rehydrate you or to fix your electrolyte imbalance, it's got potassium chloride in it. So potassium chloride also is very undetectable, as are insulin and epinephrine, which are normal hormones in our bodies. So to detect that, is a lot harder. And what we are seeing on the increase is things like bleach and air. Now, air is not a toxic substance, but if you draw up a syringe with 10 cc's of air and you inject that air into an IV line, you will cause a heart attack. It's why nurses are always just flicking every little bubble out of our tubing. We don't want even a bubble of air to go into a patient's bloodstream.
That little amount will cause 10 cc's?
Oh, 5 cc's of air. One of the first things you learn in nursing school is get the air out of the IV lines. We don't want air going into your bloodstream. And then there are some other methods. There's oral medications. So the nurses' aides do not have access to IV medications. Nurses' aides can give pills, and nurses' aides also put a tongue depressor on an older patient's tongue who's senile or with dementia and pour water into their lungs.
I'm sorry, come again? Oh my God.
That happened in Austria. And then there's smothering. So some nurses' aides have just put pillows over the patient's faces and smothered them.
Oh my gosh. I thought this was the rarest of rare.
Oh no. No, it's just covered up a lot and it's not even detected. And then there's that nurse who would go into the IV closet. Okay, so we have a closet that has IV bags, lots of them stacked up. Bags of normal saline, bags of potassium chloride, and mostly just fluid, water. And they would inject into the bag. There's a little port so you can add medicines to the IV bag and drip them in slowly. These nurses would go into the closet, inject toxic amounts of potassium chloride or a respiratory paralyzing agent, and then they'd wonder, like roulette, which doctor, which nurse is going to pick up that IV bag and hang it in a patient and kill them, and it will not come back to me.
Was there more than one person doing this?
Yeah, there's a couple. We are calling these the chaos motive. That yes, there's an element of creating a crisis, but they also are using their skills to create chaos, where their colleagues are being suspected of killing patients because they hung a tainted IV bag.
Okay. Things you never knew, even after studying killers as long as I have. Wow. Thank you. You've opened my eyes too. I'm not retiring yet. There's a lot left to do. Wow. So I'm just thinking about Kristen Gilbert, and it seems to be the drama of the code and the attention it brings that really excites her.
Well, interestingly, that was her modus operandi. She loved the code. And Janine Jones in Texas, she loved the code. There's been quite a few of our healthcare series, and right now we have a database of over 150 healthcare providers who have been prosecuted for serial murder of patients in their care.
150,
and 86% of them are nursing staff. The majority are registered nurses. There's a handful of practical nurses, and then, some proportion of the nurses are nurses' aides. 12% of the 150 are doctors, like Dr. Harold Shipman and Swango, who was also in the VA system. And then 2% are respiratory therapists. If you remember Efren Saldivar at Glendale Hospital.
Yes, I do.
A respiratory therapist injected patients to cause them to stop breathing.
To give a little context to the individuals Beatrice and I are discussing, Dr. Harold Shipman was a British doctor and serial killer who is believed to have murdered upwards of 250 patients over 30 years, injecting them with diamorphine and then forging their wills to his benefit. Dr. Michael Swango is believed to have poisoned up to 60 patients in the US and Zimbabwe, changing his name to avoid record checks. and Efren Saldivar, who was an American respiratory therapist who is believed to have murdered more than 200 patients. I'm out walking the dog, and it's a bit of a busy street, so it might be noisy, but I wanted to capture my thoughts about that conversation I just had with Beatrice Yorker, the nurse, but also a professor of criminology. And she's really opened my eyes to an arena of violent crime that I hadn't totally considered before. But I can't help but think of this 150 people in her database of killers. And that, for all we know, is just the tip of the iceberg. It's a terrifying fact. And they have so many weapons at their disposal in the healthcare fields. And the fact that these methods are so premeditated, sneaky, there's no chance that it's due to accident. So they're not just thinking about how to get away with the murder, they're thinking about how to disguise the fact that a murder had taken place at all. They're weaponizing not just the medicine that they have at their fingertips, they're also weaponizing patient trust. And we know that Kristen is an exceptional killer in so many ways, but what I'm learning is that something that I thought was really rare, this healthcare serial killing, is actually far more widespread than I've ever known. And it really makes me think long and hard about this case. And also how difficult it must have been for these extraordinarily brave nurses and doctors to call out this bad behavior. They're putting their own careers at risk. There is an additional dimension as well that I haven't really considered yet. Kristen Gilbert is working within the Veterans Affairs Medical Center, and her patients are more often than not men who have fought wars, experienced combat. So there is an interesting subversion of power that is coming into play as well. Special investigator Bruce Sackman insightfully describes hospitals as
a place where the strong and assertive become the meek and mild. You ever see a big tough construction worker in the emergency room, scared of this little nurse coming over with a big needle, and they don't ask questions.
No.
They just kind of accept the treatment that they're getting. Well, because they're hurting.
They're vulnerable. They want help.
And if they don't have an advocate with them,
Nurse Kathy Ricks is on shift again on January 22nd, 1996, alongside Kristen Gilbert. In the ICU is a 60-year-old veteran named Thomas Callahan, who has been in the facility for a few days to treat pneumonia. Unsurprisingly, given his condition, he has a cough and he's agitated, but his heart rate is normal and it is repeatedly noted as such. While under Kristen's direct care, Thomas Callahan suddenly goes into cardiac arrest. Kristen claims the episode was triggered by a sudden cough. The team manages to resuscitate him. But Kathy Ricks cannot shake the bizarreness of the cardiac arrest out of her mind, so she takes a look at the EKG strips which are used to measure heart rate. The elevation is strikingly high, as she describes.
I went down to the unit to take a closer look at the strips that had happened while the patient had been in distress. It made me even more curious, and I wondered what could have happened to cause his heart rate to get that high.
Her colleague, Nurse John Wall, who has been developing suspicions of his own, is also in the room.
John and I were both discussing what possibly happened to Mr. Callahan that evening and what might have precipitated it. We began to discuss what medication could have possibly been given to a patient that might have caused his heart to go into such a fast rhythm. I just looked around to see if there were any medications that might have been used. We thought perhaps potassium or epinephrine. Potassium is very hard on the heart. Epinephrine increases the heart rate.
Kathy Ricks checks the needle bin in the ICU.
I saw epinephrine vials were broken and used. I was stunned. I didn't really expect to find anything, so when I saw them, I couldn't figure out why they would be there. We weren't using epinephrine on anybody.
Everything makes sense when epinephrine is taken into account. The unexpected deaths, the complaints of burning arms. To describe epinephrine, a return to Beatrice Yorker.
So epinephrine is adrenaline. Anybody who knows about being an adrenaline junkie, it's like you love that rapid heartbeat, that eyes wide open, that the world slows down, you jump off a bungee jump, something like that. It's a hormone and it's a neurotransmitter that are key to your fight or flight response. Epinephrine is therapeutic if you have severe asthma, if you have an anaphylactic reaction to peanuts, and if you code because you were struck by lightning or one of those things that causes your heart to stop. So you inject epinephrine and it just jump starts your heart back into a rapid heartbeat, but nevertheless, for an otherwise failing heart, epinephrine gives it a boost.
There are two more things you need to know about epinephrine. The first is that if it is used when not needed, it can literally force the heart to beat itself to death. The second is that it fades within a dead body, and because it's naturally occurring, it is rarely tested for in an autopsy. To clarify, although epinephrine is stored in the hospital, it is only ever used in very specific emergencies. Because the epinephrine isn't being used a lot, it's not being closely monitored in the storage closet. The only time stocks are replenished is by the pharmaceutical tech who comes into the hospital to replenish any meds being used. Nurses Kathy Ricks and John Wall confide in another nurse, Renee Walsh, who also shares their concerns. On January 25, 1996, Kathy Ricks goes on vacation, but before she leaves, she notes that there are 18 vials of epinephrine stored in the ICU. The next day, on January 28th, a young respiratory nurse, Bonnie, is on shift. 74-year-old veteran Michel Cascone has been admitted to the ICU in Ward C with pneumonia. He's been at the facility for 2 days, and while Bonnie is working, he experiences multiple cardiac arrests, triggering codes. Bonnie has asthma and has to rush over from a different ward every time the emergency is called. By the third code, she sees Kristen in the corridor. Bonnie tells Kristen,
"If I have to keep running over here, I'm gonna start wheezing."
She describes Kristen's response.
She reached into with her right hand, she reached into her pocket and pulled out something and asked me if I needed any epinephrine.
Epinephrine is not something that is issued by nurses as a matter of course. So why on earth would Kristen be carrying it around in her hospital scrubs? Bonnie is shocked and reports Kristen to the charge nurse, John Wall, who we already know is suspicious. Also on Ward C at the end of January and early February is 40-year-old Kenneth Cutting. Kenny is a well-liked long-term patient at the facility. He joined the Army shortly after graduating high school, wanting to follow in his father's footsteps and serve his country. He enrolled at Fort Devens Army Reserve. But at the age of 21, he was diagnosed with MS, multiple sclerosis. Now, 40, he has many health issues, but there's nothing to indicate a risk of death. And he's making really good progress with a fever. His wife, Nancy, visits him often and is pleased after being told he'll be discharged from Ward C soon. But on February 2nd, 1996, Kristen Gilbert starts her shift at 4 p.m. He is the only patient in the ICU, and she has dinner plans. James Peralt.
I was planning on going out because I was off that night, and she said that she'd probably get the evening off early, and I asked if I could go out, or she could go out with me.
Kristen approaches the charge nurse, who is her supervisor during the shift, and asks,
"If Kenneth dies tonight, can I go home early?"
Around 15 minutes later, Kristen notes in her chart that Kenny's heart rate dropped to a dangerous level. Nancy Cutting shared her memories of the day with reporters.
At 7 o'clock, she went back and said her patient was dead. And she went home. Before she went home, she called me to tell me that he had died.
And you want to know what happened? The guy died and she was home by 9 o'clock that night. And she killed him. She started a code, and that guy was stable in the ICU, as I was told.
Kenneth Cutting was admitted to the VIMC because of a fever. The otherwise healthy and relatively young man dies in the hospital from cardiac arrest. Kristen is out of that hospital by 8:15, ready for her date with James Perrault. The lack of empathy from Kristen here is absolutely chilling. She's just committed a murder and acts as if nothing has happened. I want to understand Kristen's motives and behavior better, so I speak to forensic psychologist Dr. Catherine Ramsland. When were you first made aware of the Kristen Gilbert case?
I was interested in this very specific subcategory of serial killer because what sets them apart from most serial killers is that they can be proactively predicted. Some people call it profiling. It's not really profiling, but because we have a set of traits and behaviors that many of them share in common, I wanted to collect as many cases as I could, and she was one of them. Nurses have the highest percentage of healthcare serial killers, but she was an interesting one in that her motivation for whatever it was unusual, was different from what we ordinarily see.
Do you mind talking to us about those characteristics that are common among these medical serial killers?
Some of the things that we have seen is that they, in rooms of patients who unexpectedly die, and they're not necessarily the nurse assigned to that patient. They like to predict that a patient will die, sometimes taking bets on it. They like to hang around when loved ones are told that the patient has died. They like to be part of that process. Sometimes they like to wash down the body. Some of them are aroused by this, but others just simply enjoy the emergency aspect of it. Sometimes they will put patients at risk so that they can revive them and be heroes. So you'd find a lot of codes on their shifts, more than the average person, and sometimes a lot more than the average person. They will have lied about things, sometimes about innocuous things like their birth date or their license plate number or something. They tended to have a constant set of lies going on in their lives. They skip from one facility to another quite often. They get names like Dr. Death or Angel of Death or something like that. People jokingly refer to them that way. Patients will say they did something to them. So there are a number of things that we find among them. They'll have medications in their house that they really aren't authorized to have. They'll have books on medications, on poisons, such things as that. They'll often try to prevent others from checking on a patient. They'll choose late shifts where fewer people are around. They will complain about patients. They'll talk about patients being a burden. They'll say things like we have too many patients now. Often they want to be the center of attention. They want to demonstrate their skills. These are not people who are slackers. They're typically people who do, overwork, who come in and take extra hours because they want to be around when these things happen.
Wow. As I'm looking at it, Kristen had most of those.
Yeah, the high number of codes, the way she was around patients. We had an example of her wanting to leave early and saying, if this person dies, can I leave? And then suddenly he dies. So these are the kinds of things you're looking for. There's two kinds of healthcare serial killers. There's many kinds, but essentially they might go into a healthcare facility as predators because they know it's a vulnerable place, a place that operates on trust, so they know they can exploit that and find easy victims. That we have had a few like that, but more often it's something about the job. It's opportunities that they find on the job, and maybe they'll start with a mercy killing, and then they'll continue to kill, but claim that it's mercy, if they're caught, and inevitably it's never mercy in these cases. And in both situations, they are people who view patients as a means to an end. They don't value them as human beings. Even those who claim they were doing the patient a favor, they didn't ask the patient if they wanted this favor done. So they're not really treating their patients with any kind of respect. And in some cases, it's really just a pawn in their game.
I cannot ignore Kristen's violent and volatile past. The damage to her college boyfriend's car, the threats of suicide, the reports of violent behavior towards her husband, Glenn Gilbert. But my instinct is to put Kristen Gilbert in the latter box. I do not think she enters nursing to specifically kill. I think that once she's in the hospital setting, she finds the perfect playground for her attention-seeking tendencies, and codes become integral to that. I think triggering codes and killing her patients is something that Kristen discovers she likes, and, crucially, finds she can get away with. Beatrice Yorker.
And Kristen Gilbert is like many of the other nurses who've taken it into their own hands, in that they see their patients as objects to further their need for attention, for control, for sadistic purposes.
I couldn't agree with you more. You believe that Kristen had a condition called Munchausen by proxy. Can you describe that condition, and then afterward describe why you believe Kristen had it?
Munchausen by proxy is when, instead of making yourself sick, you make a dependent in your care sick for the purpose of medical attention.
Why would somebody want unneeded medical attention?
Well, there's lots of reasons. Pretty much all children have faked being sick sometime in their lives, okay? You did it, I did it. We didn't want to go to school, we didn't want to go to church or synagogue, or we just wanted to stay home and watch TV and have mom make us chicken soup. So faking illness is a fairly normal behavior. However, there are some people for whom faking illness becomes exceedingly rewarding. It either gets them out of a very unpleasant situation, or it becomes their main source of validation as to who they are. It becomes the only way that they really feel cared for. It happens by people who have a self-concept that is low, and they go, I have to trick people into liking me.
Wow. So they get attention that they wouldn't get from their normal social connections. Do you see Munchausen by proxy with other serial killers, other nurse serial killers?
Yes. So Richard Angelo in New York, he was injecting patients with epinephrine and causing codes. But anyway, so Richard Angelo confessed once he was caught. He was caught red-handed. There was evidence. A patient pointed him out. There was an eyewitness. It was a done deal. But when he confessed, he talked about how he had experimented with injections on rats when he was younger and in college. And then he said the most telling thing. He said, I'm like those firefighters who set fires. That is the essence of the Munchausen and the Munchausen by proxy crisis causer. They like the excitement. It enlivens their work.
Kathy Ricks returns from her vacation on February 6, 1995. She's been away for 10 days. Remember, before she left, there were 18 vials of epinephrine in the ICU storage cupboard. She checks again. There are now 3. There is no reason for this particular concentration of epinephrine to have been used in Ward C. She counts again on February 10th. Still 3. As Valentine's Day arrives, patient mortality appears to be far from Kristen Gilbert's mind. She sends a gushing card to her lover, James Perrault.
I love you so much, Jim. Let's hope this will be only the first of many happy days together. Love, Kristen.
On February 15th, Ed Squira Sr. is admitted to Ward C of the VAMC. He's a new patient born in Holyoke, Massachusetts in 1927. He is yet another patient who is about to become a pawn in Kristen Gilbert's sadistic game. His son, Ed Squira Jr., tells his story.
How would other people describe my dad? My dad was probably the greatest person most people knew, because he was two different people. To the outside world, he was a great guy, and to his own family, he was a strange guy. My father joined the Army shortly after the war because he wasn't old enough to go into combat, but he went to Europe during what they call the cleanup. This was World War II. My father's time in the Army, he spent as a mechanic and a truck driver, which sort of led to his career after the military. He was a truck driver later on.
Ed Squira Sr.'s granddaughter, Sarah, remembers what she was told about her grandparents' first meeting.
I think they met at a polka concert of some kind, and so I remember hearing about that, and my grandma listened to polka music all the time up until she passed, so it was a big part of their kind of life at home. My grandma would make him laugh a lot. Luckily, she lived till she was 94 and only died a few years ago, and so I do remember them interacting and my grandpa finding her funny.
I would describe my father as being tall and masculine, somebody powerful.
I don't know, I always thought my grandpa looked kind of like a movie star in his younger age. He was very handsome, and they were a good-looking couple, I would say.
Like a lot of veterans, Ed Squira Sr. struggles with addiction issues. He's an alcoholic and has been treated as such at various medical centers over the years.
I don't think it was until I was a teenager that I understood he even went to the hospital because of alcoholism. I think I knew that he was an alcoholic, but I don't know if I knew to what extent.
Before arriving at the VAMC, Ed Squira has been at a facility in Worcester for detox treatment.
I would always get these phone calls to take my father for detoxing. This particular time was not unlike other times.
Ed Squira Sr. is transferred to the VAMC for specialist care. On the day of his arrival, February 15th, Kathy Ricks checks the epinephrine storage in the ICU at 4 p.m. There are still 3. Kristen Gilbert is the only nurse working in the ICU, part of Ward C that shift. Ed Squira's heart rate begins to increase, and an emergency code is called by Kristen.
I got home that day and got a phone call that he had a heart attack.
Squira is stabilized, but his life hangs precariously in the balance. When Kathy Ricks gets to the ICU, she immediately checks the epinephrine supplies. The store is empty.
But next thing I know, they told me he was going to go to Bay State. They were transferring him there. So I drove to Bay State, and they said that there wasn't anything they could do, that he had had a heart attack, and that he had an aneurysm, and there was no operation they could do to save him, so I anticipated he was going to die.
That evening, Kathy Ricks, John Wall, and Renee Walsh make a call to the nurse manager. How many patients has Kristen used the epinephrine on? They cannot let her victim count grow any further. Previously on Mind of a Monster, the killer nurse.
We had an example of her wanting to leave early and saying, if this person dies, can I leave? And then suddenly he dies.
I got home that day and got a phone call that he had a heart attack.
Then she noticed it was Kristen that was usually in the center of things.
Kristen Gilbert is a healthcare serial killer convicted of murdering 4 patients, attempting to murder 2 more, and suspected of killing dozens of others. Her victim count could be as high as in the hundreds. From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, The Killer Nurse. Chapter 4, The Investigation. It's February 15th, 1996. After the shock of discovering the empty epinephrine drawer in the ICU following patient Ed Square's cardiac arrest, nurses Kathy Ricks, John Wall, and Renee Walsh call the nurse manager, Melody Turner. She is their direct senior and acts as a liaison between nurses and administrators. A meeting is arranged for Saturday, February 17th. With the casually discarded epinephrine, plus the numerous instances of Kristen being close to patients immediately preceding their death, it appears she is becoming sloppy. Beatrice Yorker is a former nurse and professor of criminal justice at California State University.
Kristen Gilbert started to become brazen, and I think that's because she was not stopped when she knew that she was crossing the line and doing catchable things. And she was like, they're not going to catch me. I can just do this.
Meanwhile, Ed Square's condition worsens, and he's transferred to Bay State Medical Center for specialist observation. Ed Square's granddaughter, Sarah, was just 7 at the time.
In talking to my dad, he said that he remembered kind of deterring my sister and I from visiting him because he was in a state that my dad thought would be traumatic for us to see and that we didn't want to remember him that way. So I never went to visit him while he was in the hospital, but I do remember my dad going.
After a day or so at Bay State, Ed is transported back to the Veterans Affairs Medical Center, or the VAMC, Northampton. His son, Ed Square Jr., describes what happened.
I spent the night at the VA hospital sitting with him. He was extremely restless the whole time, and something just didn't add up because they were supposedly giving him pain medicine, but he wasn't comfortable. And he was acting like somebody who was being sedated but not given any pain medicine.
It's February 17th, 1996. The day of the staff meeting arrives, and Kathy Ricks, John Wall, and Renee Walsh meet with nurse manager Melody Turner. They share their concerns with her and make a plan. Kristen can't be fired without evidence, but there is a need to remove her or at least neutralize her from the ward. There's just one problem. Kristen is due to start her shift in a matter of hours. Melody Turner tells Kathy Ricks, John Wall, and Renee Walsh that she will offer Kristen the night off.
I told them that I would take care of the staffing on the ward, and I made a plan to cover the ward. I told John to go to the ward, and I told him that I wanted Kristen to be off and that we were going to get her off duty, and that's what we were going to do.
Just the week before, Melody had reprimanded Kristen for not showing up to her Saturday shift, so the request risks seeming out of character. Nevertheless, Melody calls Ward C and Kristen answers. She refuses to end her shift. This was not supposed to happen, and panicked, John Wall follows Kristen from patient to patient. She becomes suspicious. What's going through her mind at this point? Surely things can't continue this way. Then something happens that no one could have predicted. Massachusetts State Detective Lieutenant Tom Soutier explains.
When she thought it might be looking at her, she somehow got injured. She said that one of the patients twisted her arm and that she was injured.
At reception with a bandaged arm, Kristen asks to go home. As well as claiming to have had her arm twisted out of its socket, she also alleges that the incident had caused her to accidentally puncture herself in the hand with a dirty needle. Dislocating an arm is an enormously painful experience. However, as Kristen Gilbert's boyfriend James Perrault would explain, all is not quite as it seems.
She had showed me that she was able to dislocate it at will, and she had made a comment several times that she was able to do like that actor in Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon and able to pop it in and out just like him through, twisting it in certain ways. She was able to cause the socket or the shoulder to pop out of the socket.
And she went home on injured leave and wore a cast for a while, or not a cast, just a sling.
From that point on, Kristen is put on sick leave. Finally, she is out of the hospital. During their meeting last Saturday, Melody Turner gave Kathy Ricks, John Wall, and Renee Walsh some advice.
I told them to get attorneys.
The following day, February 18th, 1996, Ed Squira dies at the VAMC Northampton. Age 7, Sarah Squira attends her grandpa's funeral.
It was in the church in my, the town my grandparents lived in. And so it's a fairly small Catholic church. I remember sitting with my parents, and I just remember sitting and crying, and like kind of loudly crying. And I do know that it was an open casket. Maybe that's what really made it real to me, was seeing his dead body. Sometimes I think that it helps you really kind of wrap your mind around that the person is gone. So I think having his casket be open is what made me really understand that he was not there anymore and that I wouldn't see him again.
There are now 4 unexpected patient deaths in just over 5 months that can be closely connected to Kristen Gilbert. Stanley Jagodowski dies August 21st, 1995, age 66. 15 weeks later, on December 8th, 1995, Henry Houdon dies, age 35. 8 weeks later, Kenneth Cutting dies on February 2nd, 1996, at age 40. Then, 10 days later, on February 18th, 1996, Edward Squira dies at age 69. Ever since his death in December 1995, Henry Houdon's sister Christine has been searching for answers.
So they gave me a call when his records, a copy of his records were sent back there, and I went back up and I got them. And on the way home, I had to pass the Northampton State Police Barracks, and I stopped in. Make a long story short, they laughed me right out the door. So I went from there to the Northampton newspaper, the Hampshire Gazette, immediately.
Wow. You are quite the sister.
That's where it all started. And they did an article, and the next thing you know, I got a phone call from the local news, Channel 40, Channel 22, Channel 3 in Hartford. And I'm getting so much mail from reporters all across the country of mishaps that have happened in VA centers.
Unbeknownst to Christine, on the same day as Ed Squira's death, February 18th, 1996, investigations into Kristen Gilbert begin. Melody Turner informs the head of medicine at Northampton VA and is instructed to pull all the files for every emergency code in which Kristen has been involved. She, Kathy Ricks, John Wall, and Renee Walsh are also told to speak to the head of security at the VAMC as part of what they call an internal administrative investigation. Bruce Sackman was a special agent in the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs in the 1990s and early 2000s.
So Veterans Affairs hospitals are federal hospitals, and every federal agency in the United States has an Office of Inspector General. And the purpose of the Office of Inspector General is to ferret out fraud, waste, and abuse. And the Office of Inspector General is an independent agency. It reports to Congress, and it reports to the Secretary of Veterans Affairs.
Right.
Now, inside the VA Office of Inspector General, we had 3 different divisions. We have an Office of Audit that does audits. We had something that most other IGs don't have, which is an Office of Healthcare Inspections. And this is an office of doctors and nurses and other people who go to the hospitals and make sure they're compliant with all the rules and regulations, policies, and procedures. But they're not criminal investigators, okay? The 3rd division is the division that I had for the Northeast, was the Criminal Investigation Division. And we were the cops who carried guns and made arrests and did all that criminal work for the VA hospital system.
It is the second of these departments, the Office for Healthcare Inspections, that goes to VAMC Northampton first.
After these allegations surfaced that Kristen may be harming patients, they sent a team in, and this team concluded that there was nothing wrong.
It turned out the way most everybody thought it was going to turn out. They didn't see any misconduct. They didn't see any malpractice. All is good and well at Leeds Hospital. I knew better, at least as far as my brother is concerned.
They claimed that they could find no evidence of wrongdoing. Kristen Gilbert, who is now on permanent leave owing to her shoulder injury, is all but cleared. In the mid-1990s, Bruce Sackman was the lead investigator in the case against Dr. Michael Swango on Long Island. He was convicted of killing 3, but suspected of murdering up to 60 patients by poisoning. Bruce is one of the few within the VA system with experience investigating healthcare serial killers. The VA calls Bruce to gather a team to help with this huge investigation. What did you think of the results of the first investigation?
Being the cynical New Yorker that I am, I said, well, who's on this team? And he said, well, there were doctors and very good people, but none of them were really trained in criminal investigation. And I said, well, you know what? Since we've been successful with this Swango case on Long Island, let me send some people to take a look at this Kristen Gilbert case.
I see.
And they interviewed some of the whistleblowers and some of the nurses. And then they came back to my office and we had a meeting. I said, well, what do you think? And the leader of the team at that time said, who here thinks Kristen Gilbert murdered the patients? And all the investigators raised their hand. Wow. Wow.
That's unbelievable.
Okay. Wow. So what do we do now?
It's important to reflect on how utterly remarkable this situation is. Kristen Gilbert has been linked to the deaths of 4 people, and yet she is still walking free. Her nursing license has not been revoked. She's not been fired. She's simply home on sick leave. If she wanted, she could apply for a job elsewhere. With the benefit of hindsight, this situation is unbelievable. I speak to Bruce about how his criminal investigation department within the VA's Inspector General office first became aware of the case in Northampton. In the VA system in the 1990s, you were just hospitals, right? Like that was you were just investigating crime within the hospital?
Well, in the hospitals, in the outpatient clinics, in what we called the extended care centers, which were nursing homes, and also in the regional offices where they administered benefits to veterans. That was my world. And I had an incredible smorgasbord of cases to pick and choose from because most people don't realize that hospitals are like small cities. There's a tremendous amount of crime that could occur in a hospital, and people don't even think about it. Most people think that you go to a hospital after you're a victim of a crime, not to first become a victim of a crime. And to me, a hospital was always like a sanctuary from crime, right?
Well, you would think so. It's where you go to get help, not to get hurt.
Yes, and of course it is, but there's so much that can go wrong in a hospital. Then the last thing in the world he or she needs is someone that's intentionally murdering their patients. My God.
When did the Kristen Gilbert case first land on your desk?
I remember I got the call, and this is what happened. Apparently, some staff people had complained to management that every time nurse Kristen Gilbert was on duty, the death rate went up. She took time off, the death rate went down. Now, that doesn't mean that she's a serial killer. Hey, there might be legitimate reasons. She might have the most complex cases. There might be something like that. The interesting thing was, though, that these patients weren't expected to expire when they did. And that's a pattern that I've seen doing these cases now throughout the world.
Mm-hmm.
The patients have a lot of medical problems. That's why they're in the ICU. The first time I looked at a veteran's medical file that was in the ICU, the file was, 12 inches thick. I didn't know you could be alive and have this much wrong with you. And now I have to prove you were murdered? So you could see how easy it could be for people to, one, say, there's so much wrong with him. This death could have been a result of his natural disease processes. Because look how many ailments he had. Look how many things wrong with him. So here you have a victim in a hospital surrounded by the most professional, caring nurses and doctors. They would never do anything to intentionally harm a person.
You think,
right? So it can't be. We refuse to believe that one of our coworkers who has taken that oath, the doctors have taken that Hippocratic oath. The nurses take something called the Florence Nightingale oath, which is very similar, which says essentially, I will not do anything to harm a patient. And of course, 99.9% of the medical profession feels exactly that way and acts that way. In fact, that's why it's so easy to hide. Because look, if I was inclined to kill a number of people, if I'm in the mafia, if I'm in a motorcycle gang, that's where you'd expect me to be. But you wouldn't expect me to be in a group of the most dedicated, honest, hardworking, compassionate people you ever want to meet.
Right. The VA's criminal investigation team starts to interview staff and consult medical files.
So in spite of all of this, if it wasn't for these brave nurse whistleblowers, we wouldn't be here today having this conversation.
That makes sense.
And it took a tremendous amount of courage. Because, when you become a whistleblower, now all of a sudden, you're kind of under investigation. Let me ask you a question there, nurse. If we drug tested you today, are you going to turn up positive in anything? Is your license and all your training up to snuff? How's your eyesight? I just asked you this because these are the kind of questions you're going to be asked if you have to testify in this case. And by the way, did you actually see Nurse Kristen Gilbert kill anybody? Well, no, I didn't actually see, but, she's the last person here, and, well, that's not the same, nurse, And what's the matter? You don't like working at this hospital? You know what happens if this gets in the news, nurse? They're going to close down this hospital. You're going to be out of a job. I'm going to be out of a job.
That's right.
So unless you've actually have 100% proof that Kristen Gilbert killed somebody, just be happy you have a job and go back to your little ward and let's just move on. Because if this gets out in the community, we're all going to be out of work.
A killer is on the loose. But even as they start to build a case, there's another hurdle to clear, as Bruce explains.
Most brand new agents think that as soon as you have evidence of a crime, you go to the prosecutor and they're going to prosecute it. It doesn't work that way. You really have to sell your case. Why? Because there are so many other agencies trying to sell their cases and get the attention of prosecutors. They have the FBI, Secret Service, Drug Enforcement Administration, Customs, a whole host, every IG from every federal agency, and they all have what they call an intake assistant. And he sits there, an assistant U.S. attorney, and he listens and he decides as to whether or not going to take the case or not. So it's a sales job.
The federal prosecutor at the time is William Welch.
I recall that it was a Friday afternoon. It's probably early afternoon, and two special agents from the VA called, and they basically said on the phone that they'd like to meet with me because they believe they had a serial killer up at the Northampton VA Medical Center. And my first reaction was, this is someone who's pranking me. There's no way like this is going on. But the voice didn't sound familiar. The way they were talking sounded quite genuine. And they wanted to meet that day. And the very odd part of all of it was I was what's called the duty attorney. So in most U.S. attorney offices, you have a lawyer that for that particular work week will take in all of the calls from the public. And I would say 90% of our calls and 90% of our visits are individuals wearing, the tinfoil hat, and they've got something crazy to report. But the other 10% are things that, you want to look at, and you can discern the two pretty quickly. But they wanted to meet me, and I said, sure, come on in. I think they were there within 45 minutes. They laid out for me the facts that they had developed to date, their theory about what was going on, and they wanted to initiate a grand jury investigation. And my thought was, well, one, this sounds pretty crazy, like this can't really be going on. But number two, I can't ignore this. I mean, the facts that they told me to that point, the allegations, the fact that we were talking about incredibly vulnerable victims, and this nurse was still up there, all warranted doing something at that point in time.
Bruce Sackman. Was Bill Welch a hard sale?
No. I've had a whole career of hard sales. He was not. He was fantastic. He had never done a homicide case. My office had never done a homicide case. This is real amateur hour here, okay? I mean, I had the one on Long Island, so I was like the big expert. I had one case. But Bill Welch had never done a homicide case, but he was fascinated and intrigued by what we had to say. And he rolled up his sleeves and jumped on board. And then he got an assistant prosecutor. Her name was Ariane Voluno. Outstanding, really outstanding. She had been a state prosecutor before being a federal prosecutor, and she had done homicide cases. And then lastly, I said, well, I'm going to have one of my agents, Steve Plant, permanently assigned to this case until it's over. But the state police had their homicide investigator, a guy named Kevin Murphy, who was very well experienced. And him and Steve Plant got along. The whole team got along like family.
I've heard that from so many people, Bruce. I spoke with Steve on the phone. What a guy. And he had just most wonderful things to say about Mr. Murphy, about you, about everybody involved.
I've had a lot of joint cases, and sometimes there's agency conflicts and disagreements. This was textbook perfect. Steve Plant kind of looks like Jean-Claude Van Damme.
I saw that.
Oh, he was a charmer. The nurses loved him. He was a charmer. And Kevin Murphy, more the Dirty Harry type. But the two of them, the team was just amazing. I mean, just really fantastic.
As strong as they were, members of the investigative team had the unenviable task of informing families that the loved ones they thought had died natural, albeit unexpected, deaths had actually been murdered. Victim Henry Houdon's sister, Christine Duquette.
I just had a gut feeling that if the media takes hold of this, they're going to have to come up with some kind of answers. So the media did take hold of it, and it was like wildfire between all the newspapers, all the TV. Next thing we know, I was called, and it was turned over to the Northampton District Attorney's Office, Elizabeth Scheibel. And they asked me if I could go to her office, and I did, and that's when I was introduced to Bill Welch, a U.S. attorney from Springfield, and Kevin Murphy, who was head of homicide for the Massachusetts State Police. Okay, so now there is going to be a real investigation. Let's hope it really is a real investigation.
So when you first went and met with the U.S. attorney and these detectives, did they introduce the idea to you that it was Kristen, or did you start suspecting Kristen?
No, they introduced the idea.
And how did you feel hearing that this could have been potentially a homicide, not an accident?
horrible. Absolutely horrible. And trying to put myself in the situation of 3 of her, not just co-workers, but also personal friends. If it were not for them, I don't know that they would have been able to find anything.
William Welch, you must have felt tremendous pressure to do something very quickly, because it's not common where you're investigating a criminal or murderer and he or she is among the population where she could continue to do it.
Yeah, I think there was pressure to act, but I think there's also an equal countervailing force to make sure that you do everything in the right way.
Yeah, because we have seen cases go sideways. Investigating hospitals is uniquely tough, as Bruce Sackman explains to me.
Look, most cops, and I put myself in this position, we didn't become cops because we were good in chemistry and biology, okay? So we're very dependent on the medical professionals. We can't really challenge what they tell us scientifically. We don't understand the hospital rules. What documents do I need a subpoena for? What documents do I need a search warrant? Do I need a court order? Can I get this document? Can I not get that? Oh, this is so confusing.
With all of these baked-in challenges, it's crucial that the investigative team interrogates each and every record. I discussed this with William Welch. How are healthcare cases investigated? And how was this case investigated?
I would say we took the following approach. Number one, we treated each body as a crime scene, and that meant we knew that the body would be able to give us all kinds of information, both in terms of what's documented within the medical notes, what's not in the medical notes, and then obviously what we would learn from the autopsy. I would call that the bones of our case. And then from that, the next phase was really to talk to as many eyewitnesses, percipient witnesses as we could. And that was obviously the 3 senior registered nurses that came forward. That was the nursing assistant who saw her run out of Stanley Jagodowski's room like Wile E. Coyote. That was, talking to a variety of people who could give us insights into who Kristen Gilbert was and why she may have been doing it. And then I would call the final level or layer of our investigation was going out and getting experts to be able to look at the facts that we had developed and then opine as to what they believed had occurred.
None of the bodies were autopsied right after they died, except for Henry Houdon, after his family insisted on it. As the internal review evolves into a criminal investigation, Kristen's behavior becomes incredibly telling. She is worried and angry as one by one of her friends and colleagues start to distance themselves from her. Her estranged husband, Glenn, notices the fury.
There were expressions of anger toward anyone that Kristen saw as cooperating with the investigation.
What's more, James Perrault reveals that following the alleged incident with her twisted arm,
she was out of work at that time, but she just laid around the house all day long doing nothing, sometimes not even getting out of bed. When her children would come over, she just let them fend for themselves while they were there.
it's a million miles away from the carefree social butterfly we've seen up until this point. But interestingly, rather than withdrawing completely, she tries to manipulate the situation through James. She convinces him to report back to her on the developments in the investigation.
She was stating that the whole reason that the deaths were occurring was just due to the time of year, being winter, the ages of the patients, and that their physical ailments or their illnesses, and she stated that that would account for the number of deaths up there and the fact that the deaths would go in spurts up there. She would ask me to relay the events of the interviews, what was asked and what I had said, who had been interviewed of the staff by the investigators and what they had said, and to put in a good word for herself.
We see ample evidence during the investigation of Kristen's manipulative behavior. In an attempt to control the situation and gather information, Kristen bombards her former colleagues with phone calls. She pleads with some nurses to tell investigators that she's a good nurse. To others, she feigns ignorance about where the epinephrine is stored in Ward C and plays down the number of codes as being normal. There are calls about whether the families of the deceased patients had or would be filing lawsuits. When one friend speaks to investigators, Kristen Gilbert claims Kristen reacts with,
"How could that bitch speak with those people?"
Nurse Renee Walsh gets phone calls too. At one point, Kristen asks her,
"You don't think anyone would be stupid enough to tell the investigators that they used to call me the angel of death, do you?"
The night before James is due to be questioned by investigators, he and Kristen have an argument. Her mental state appears to spiral, and she falls back on a tactic that she'd used as a teenager: threats of self-harm. James Perrault.
She had gone into the bathroom and came back into the bedroom. When I went in there, I found an empty bottle of Tylenol, which I knew to be full earlier to that because I seen her buy it or seen a new bottle in the cabinet. And when I asked her about it, she stated that she didn't know anything about it, and that led me to believe she swallowed the bottle.
He takes her straight to the ER, fearing she has overdosed. She's kept in the hospital until the early hours, but James Perrault still shows up for work the next day, March 6th, and is interviewed by investigators. On March 12th, just 3 weeks after Kristen was put on sick leave, she too is summoned for an interview with Special Agent Steve Plant. William Welch tells the story.
His report back to me was that she sort of took on the mantle of the victim. Like, poor me, how can they be accusing me of these, awful crimes? They're just mad at me because I left my husband and I'm now seeing James Perrault. All of these patients who are incredibly sick. This is just a consequence of people that are harboring some ill will against me, and the fact that all of these victims had a lot of really debilitating conditions. But he described her as really kind of taking on the mantle of victim and, saw right through it. I think he immediately got a sense that this was not right.
I would love to have been in that room. I spoke with Steve on the phone. He was saying a lot about, just how she was, and very similar to what you just described, but not with that kind of, confirmation that she, of course, would see herself as the victim, because that's who she is. Talk to me about the role of James Perrault. When, why, and how did he start cooperating with investigators?
Well, he cooperated from the beginning, but I think, again, it was an issue of developing some trust with him. I believe that Kristen had so infected his mind in terms of portraying herself as the victim that his initial reaction was to try to protect her, which of course is exactly what she wanted to occur.
But the relationship is no longer moonlight and roses. Gone are the honeymoon days of the autumn before. Now there are fights and anger, and on one occasion, James claims that Kristen
punched me twice in the testicles.
James makes the mistake of trying to break up with her. Her reaction is to claim that she's taken a bunch of Fiorinol pills, an aspirin and codeine combo. But when James insists on taking her to the ER, she refuses. Instead, he calls the police and Kristen's estranged husband, Glenn. Kristen Gilbert.
She was incapacitated on the floor of the kitchen, crying in a sort of a loud, uncontrollable sob. She went to the parking lot area of the apartment complex and began kicking the side door of my car. She was angered at myself for interfering.
The police arrive on the scene, and she is taken to the psychiatric ward of nearby Holyoke Hospital. There's a lot of evidence pointing to Kristen having borderline personality disorder, potentially along with other issues as well. I speak to forensic psychologist Dr. Catherine Ramsden about the effect a breakup will have on someone like Kristen.
Well, you don't get to break up with someone like this. They're the ones who are in charge. So you try to break up. And that's the kind of behavior I see in people with borderline personality disorder, is that property damage, the phone calls, the harassment, the constant zeroing in on them with these angry things. But certainly that was a way to show him. I'm surprised she didn't try to get him back into the relationship so she could break it up. Because that's a typical move too, is come back to me so that I'm the one in charge.
That's right. That's right. I mean, I've seen people with a lot fewer mental problems than she has do that, because nobody likes to be the one who gets broken up with. William Welch continues the story. So let's talk about Kristen's stay at Holyoke Hospital.
Yeah, so during I would call it the March 96 through the summer of 96 timeframe, Kristen Gilbert was put on leave. But during this time, I think she tried to create as much chaos as she possibly could. She did so through articulated threats of self-harm. She did it through suicide attempts that I do not believe were real. It was overdosing on aspirin and things of that nature. And I think the whole point of it was to create distractions away from what we were doing, but also to continue to burnish her image as the victim. Kind of the woe is me, the forces of the world are bearing down on me and I can't survive. So I thought all of it was all made up, number one. But number two, people grew so tired of it, I think they began to really wonder what was really going on. And it actually worked to our benefit, I believe.
Yeah, and she's showing her colors at this point. She thinks that you're going to ignore a bunch of dead bodies because she's crying. And that's not how an investigation works. The heat is now firmly on Kristen Gilbert. And with evidence mounting, cracks are starting to show. The next day, seemingly still hysterical, Kristen makes an extraordinary phone call to James Perrault. Calling from Holyoke Hospital, she says,
I did it. I injected those guys.
Previously on Mind of a Monster, the killer nurse.
When she thought it might be looking at her, she somehow got injured.
My first reaction was, this is someone who's pranking me. There's no way this is going on.
Well, you don't get to break up with someone like this. They're the ones who are in charge.
She would call up with heavy breathing and hang up. She claimed that she was going to commit suicide. She was really, really striving for attention.
Kristen Gilbert is a healthcare serial killer convicted of murdering 4 patients, attempting to murder 2 more, and suspected of killing dozens of others. Her victim count could be as high as in the hundreds. From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the Killer Nurse. Chapter 5, Confession.
I did it. I injected those guys.
It's 30 minutes after Kristen Gilbert drops the confession bomb on her lover, James Perrault, from the psychiatric unit in Holyoke Hospital. James receives another phone call. It's Kristen again. She's panicked and claims to have only been joking when confessing to get a reaction out of him. James warns Kristen that he will have to tell the grand jury investigators what she had said. The grand jury will establish whether there is enough evidence to indict Kristen for a crime. The date of the grand jury is set for July 16, 1996. But James isn't the only person to have received phone calls from Kristen that day. Her estranged husband, Glenn Gilbert.
She was in hysterics, crying, sobbing, and sounding like she was hyperventilating. She had said to me that she was calling to tell me to contact the investigators. She wanted to save the taxpayers a lot of money for this investigation. She was basically confessing. During the time that she was talking, I was telling her that I didn't want to hear this, that I was in fear that she was going to make a confession, and I wanted no part of being responsible in having that information, having been told that information. At the very end, took an extremely sarcastic, almost laughing tone, and her comment was,
"Just kidding, goodbye."
And she hung up.
This is a remarkable interaction, the way Kristen can shift and change gears so easily. One moment candid and serious, the next vicious and sarcastic. I want to speak with federal prosecutor William Welch about the confessions. Can you tell us about Kristen's confessions to the killings that she made to James and Glenn?
Yeah, it was during this very tumultuous February through the summer of 96 timeframe. And I think as she is trying to whip up the emotions and the sympathy from everybody, I think she in turn is kind of internally whipping up a lot of her own emotions. And part of it, I think, she was really getting the sense that we actually weren't going away, that we were building a case. And we had formally initiated a federal grand jury investigation, which would have been known to her because we were issuing subpoenas for documents and to witnesses. And I think the magnitude and the seriousness of what we were doing was becoming quite apparent to her. So both Glenn and James told us about 2 discrete episodes. Each, they had their own independent episode with her. But they themselves were beginning to press her about all of her conduct, about how strange all of these suicide attempts were. And to James Peralt, she just kind of blurted out, you wanted to know, I did it. And to Glenn Gilbert, she made a similar confession.
Do you think she was doing that because she's losing control, or do you think it was just to garner some sort of sympathy or an ally?
I think it was because she was losing control. So while she may have had control in her mind over a number of the individuals within her circle, she didn't have control over what we were doing. And I think she knew that. And that's really what was beginning to bear down on her, is that this was not going away and she had no control over it.
That's so interesting. The queen is dethroned by her own doing. The investigation is progressing at a rapid pace. Having pulled all the files relating to codes and deaths throughout Kristen's time working within Ward C, investigators find disturbing patterns. Looking at the total number of deaths in the 18 months before Kristen's departure from Ward C in February 1996, we would expect her to be present at between 11 and 12 deaths. Kristen was present at 40. William Welch.
And that's why we said that deaths followed Kristen Gilbert no matter what shift she worked on. So we had an expert statistician take a look, and he said that the probability of this occurring by chance was 1 in 100 million.
Wow. Who's in charge of keeping track of that data at the hospital?
Yeah, so that would have been the responsibility of the nurse manager. It would have been the responsibility of the chief physician for the VA Medical Center. I know that they had a quality committee that would review this sort of data. What I don't know is whether or not they began to compare it to historical numbers. And, today you would think that they would do that. You would hope that all hospitals do that. But I think back then, I don't know that they did it, number one. And then number two, the data competes with, I think, everybody's imagination or perspective of what they view as, each individual healthcare provider. They just cannot envision that someone would do this sort of thing.
That's right. It's uncomfortable, and it goes against our perception of those taking care of us when we need it the most. And you don't want to begin questioning really the people who have your life in their hands. This, of course, is just speculation, as we don't really know how the hospital monitored and reviewed the statistics. But the numbers are revealing themselves in real time. It has now been 4 months since Kristen was put on sick leave with her shoulder injury. In those months, 4 deaths have been reported on Ward C and 2 medical emergencies, compared to the 4 months before Kristen's leave, when there were 23 deaths on the ward and 30 emergencies. James Peralt starts to have doubts about Kristen's truthfulness.
Because I was having doubts of Kristen and myself because of her behavior. And our relationship was lacking And I just started wondering actually what was going on.
24 hours after making her shocking confessions, Kristen is discharged from the hospital. She has confessed to multiple murders, and yet she's still free to terrorize those around her. The first thing she does is attempt to break into James Peralt's apartment. I can't help but wonder if Kristen would be allowed to roam free if she had been a man, or if the murders had taken place in any other environment. It's true she will no longer kill within the VAMC, but she is demonstrably dangerous, breaking into properties, threatening violence, harassing people. Authorities are called and she's taken to yet another psychiatric facility, this time Arbor Hospital in Boston, and she's held there for 3 days. The psychiatric doctors at Arbor Hospital flag her manipulative behavior. One doctor even going so far as to report that Kristen seemed to be very cognizant of the various psychological conditions he could potentially diagnose her with. The doctor claims she said,
"If you call me manic, you think that will enable them to pin the rap on me."
The day of her release is the day James Peralt is due to be interviewed by the grand jury investigators. Upon release, Kristen tells him that she has taken 60 aspirins and is sent again to a psychiatric ward. This time, it's the Cooley Dickinson facility in Northampton, Massachusetts. It's a far cry from the woman organizing charity events and having the first stirrings of a romantic affair the previous summer. Is she already thinking about an insanity plea? Is she trying to delegitimize her confessions? Or is she genuinely mentally ill? Detective Lieutenant Tom Soutier is tasked with supervising the case for the Massachusetts State Police, overseeing the work of Detective Kevin Murphy and Special Agent Steve Plant. He describes how, during the summer of 1996, James Peralt is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
James, I don't think, wanted to believe any of this in the beginning. He decided he didn't want to be around her anymore, and he tried to break up with her. And little by little, as he pulled himself away from her, she became more manic. He told her that he had an interview at the U.S. Attorney's office one day, and she drove her car in front of him and wouldn't let him get out of his parking space. She pulled her car behind him so he couldn't leave and tried to talk him out of it. And finally he says, "No, I'm going to go do it because I have to. I've been summoned, I'm going to go." And so he went, but while he was there, she let the air out of one of his tires where it was parked.
On several occasions, my car was either egged, the windshield was spray painted, my front license plate was bent up, and my car was keyed on 4 or 5 different occasions.
The damage to property, particularly the cars, is reminiscent of what Kristen was accused of doing as a teenager. It's like it's her default response to rejection or loss of control. Tom Soutier, explain to me how she could behave so brazenly, knowing that she's under suspicion for murder.
I think when it came to these ridiculous things she did, I don't think she had any control of herself on that. She would become so agitated that she just did it and thought it was okay.
What do you think Kristen was doing at that point, other than panicking?
I think that she was kind of like trying to figure a way out of this. You know, trying to figure out if she could blame somebody else or just say it wasn't me because, I wouldn't do anything like that. This person might, though. I think that she just spent all her time, first of all, she was ruminating about her boyfriend. She was just upset with him all the time. And I think that she just figured she was going to find a way out of all of this. She thought she could figure it out.
And she's been able to outsmart everyone so far. She's emboldened by the fact that she hasn't been found out, so she probably does think she's smarter than everyone else and can get out of this as well. Forensic psychologist Dr. Catherine Ramsland has a really interesting take on this behavior. Kristen's behavior is rather manic at that point, as we saw. What does that tell you about her mental state?
Well, that would go to the whole borderline thing, because the erratic nature, the instability, now she's scared, she's anxious, she's beginning to realize there could be consequence. I don't think she understands how serious this could get, but she's lost control. And that scares her a lot. Mm-hmm. So she tries to think of anything she can do to restore control. And that's going to put her in a manic state.
It's so fascinating because it really speaks to that whole narcissistic element of I'm not going to get caught, so I'm not going to think about consequences, but B, this is happening to me. I didn't cause this. How do I gain control? And I can get out of this. I get out of all of it.
Yeah, I call it narcissistic immunity. It's a special type of narcissism where they actually believe even if they're caught, they can't be held, or if they're held, they can't be tried, or if tried, they can't be convicted. I mean, it's like that, and you see it in Ted Bundy, plays all the way through. You won't be able to hold me. I'll be home for dinner, kind of thing. Gacy, John Wayne Gacy, same thing. Dennis Rader too.
Yeah, even him.
They just can't conceive of losing. I don't lose. There will be consequences. Yeah.
Well, and they're emboldened. They have a track record of winning, and yeah.
And they do. They've gotten away with it. They can't believe suddenly, especially if it was a stupid mistake, they get caught. And these people have to see their superiority. People have to recognize that I'm special, I'm destined. And that's that immunity thing that I can't be touched.
Narcissistic immunity. I love it. It's a indignance. Like, how dare you try to ruin my spree? Kristen lashes out at James, accusing him of spying on her for the Inspector General's office.
Several times she accused me of being an agent of the IG, that I had been sent to the hospital to start up a relationship with her, to spy on her. Or, there's another accusation that I had been recruited by the IG after my relationship started with her.
But as time progressed, she continued to engage in these fake suicide attempts. I think it became exhausting for him. And he also began to step back and realize that there was a lot of conduct going on that perhaps he had never really put together for himself, such as the rate of the codes, his appearance at the codes, the comments at the codes, that to his credit, I think he became much more objective in how he was viewing all the things that he knew. And then ultimately, I think when she actually admitted it to him, in his mind, that was probably the straw that broke the camel's back. I just need to go in and tell him everything that I know.
One can imagine that he has that extra layer of bias. Not only does he confront, what we confront is that we don't want that to be true. We don't want somebody who's in charge of vulnerable lives to be a murderer, but he's sleeping with her. So he has to face his own responsibility and not seeing it, not wanting it to be true, but then ultimately doing exactly the right thing and recognizing her and her patterns and bringing it to you. But every time James tries to distance himself from Kristen, she becomes volatile.
If we ever had an argument, she would taunt me, saying that I was enjoying myself and that I enjoyed to argue, that I was sexually gratified by it. When we were arguing, if we were having a face-to-face argument, she would be very cold and turn off her emotions towards me. Many times she left messages on my answering machine when I wasn't talking to her, threatening me without emotion, stating that she was upset with me.
On July 16th, he testifies to the grand jury along with a number of other witnesses. William Welch. What was presented to the grand jury? I mean, that's always, an interesting part of a case because you have to decide what you show and you don't have it all put together yet.
Yeah. So we had a number of witnesses appear before the grand jury. The three main individuals who came forward initially, the three senior RNs, appeared before the grand jury. We had a number of other VA Medical Center witnesses who appeared before the grand jury. Several of our experts appeared before the grand jury. And then our investigators also came in to, talk about some of the documents they uncovered and things of that nature.
So you had quite a bit to present. That's fantastic. A search warrant is issued for Kristen Gilbert's apartment. During this time, Bruce Sackman is a special agent in the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs investigating the case. He tells the story.
We went to her apartment and she was there with James Parole. And it's the first time I had met her. Pretty attractive lady at that time. And she was cold as ice. Oh my God. I tell you, if looks could kill, I'd be dead now. She was cold as ice. But her boyfriend, James Parole, was acting like a real asshole. Oh, at that time, he later had his come to Jesus moment.
Oh, he was a jerk too.
But at that time, he was saying, do you guys have a search warrant? Do you have this? Do you have that?
Well, and she's probably putting a lot of pressure on him at that point to defend her against the rumors, the suspicions.
She refused to talk to me. She called her attorney. He was a decent chap. And I don't think we found anything at that time. I don't remember. And then we left. But subsequently, sometime later, Glenn Gilbert, her husband, nice fella, he called us up.
Her estranged husband, Glenn Gilbert, has had his life dragged into Kristen's drama. His house, the family home, has already been searched once by investigators for anything that might further link Kristen to the crimes. And he's had to come to terms with the fact that the mother of his 2 young sons is being investigated for multiple murders. Tom Soutier. What was Glenn like in person?
He was a nice guy, kind of quiet, kind of sheepish. For the longest time, he held on to hope that this wasn't true. And little by little, he started to believe it.
Tell us about the search of Glenn's house on August 15th and what was found there.
All right, the search of Glenn's house. Kevin and I was there. I'm assuming Steve was there. Glenn still wasn't completely convinced. But he had been on vacation with his kids. And while he was gone, I think it was his stepfather, stayed at the house so that Kristen wouldn't come. And Glenn wasn't gone a few minutes when Kristen showed up at the house trying to get in. And she said to the stepfather that she had to get something out of the pantry. And if you entered their kitchen from their driveway, counter space, and there was a little room built off to the right-hand side. And in there, she had like sewing material, I think like crochet or knitting. She had all of her stuff back in there. And Glenn had called Steve or Kevin, one or the other, or both maybe, and told him that she had been at the house trying to get something out of the pantry.
It was what's called a consent search. So if you're the owner of a house, you can obviously agree to have the police come in and take a look at your house and search it.
Tom Soutier.
So we're up there, we're talking to him. While we're talking to him, Kevin's in the pantry, and he comes out, and he's got a book.
William Welch.
The Handbook of Poisoning. And a critical fact was of a book that was maybe 300 to 400 pages long, the page for epinephrine had been dog-eared.
Wow. That's incredible. What a find. What a boon for your investigation. What was Kristen's reaction to that?
I don't know that there was really any reaction that we heard back. I think a lot of her reaction to Glenn Gilbert talking to us, from what we heard, was sort of increased rage and a communicated sense of betrayal. So she would tell individuals that she believed would ultimately tell Glenn that she was feeling very betrayed by her husband, none of which really made a lot of sense, given all the things that we began to know what was going on in that relationship.
Yeah, it's ironic that she feels betrayed. She's cheating and leaving, and now she's mad at him for allowing a search. And if you have nothing to find, then you wouldn't be mad about that. Tom Soutier, when did you hear from him again?
I don't know if it was that night or the next night, and I received a phone call from him, and he was basically asking me to convince him that she was actually doing these things. All right. He said he was hesitant. He didn't want to believe it. He was worried about his kids, what everybody was going to say about it, their mother and everything else. And I must have talked to him for half an hour. It was just like, I tried to get him through it. And he really wanted to have this whole thing go away, but it wasn't going to go away. And I think he needed some convincing. And I did my best, and I know Kevin and Steve did their best to try to convince him that this was really going on. And I think he was just worn down at the point where it was almost inevitable he was going to be on board.
It's kind of heartbreaking the way you describe it, how he reaches out for help, asking you to convince him that his wife was a murderer.
That's basically what he did. He asked, can you please explain to me why I should believe this? And I just went over the things that Kevin and Steve had already told him.
He just needed to hear it again. 350 deaths have occurred during Kristen Gilbert's tenure at the VAMC, and investigators must ask the loved ones of some of the deceased to make a heartbreaking decision. Bruce Sackman.
So we assembled the team, and then we have to find these samples, right? Now, these patients are all dead and buried. So how do we do it? So we got court orders, and we went to the families. And imagine getting a visit like this, saying, excuse me, ma'am, we have reason to believe that your dad's death at the VA hospital was of a suspicious nature. Can we have your permission to exhume his body? How would you feel if you got a visit like that?
It's hard enough to mourn your loved one, but to hear that he or she may have been the victim of murder, and now I have to imagine the exhumation.
And they were very appreciative and very supportive of what we would do. The families were terrific.
The body of Sarah Squera's grandpa, Ed Squera Sr., is one of those exhumed.
I remember I must have been in like 4th or 5th grade, I think. And I do remember learning that they were going to dig up his body and do some testing on it. And I didn't really remember this, but my sister remembered that we, at the time, had reporters that would call our house, and that our parents told us to not answer the phone because they didn't want us to talk to them and didn't want anyone in my family to talk to them. So I remember just kind of periphery of things happening.
After extensive testing, a death certificate is finally issued for Henry Houdon on July 1st, 1996. The cause is undetermined. In the medical examiner's own words, and I quote, "It's not very often, possibly a few times a year, that I run into a case where I don't have an answer or even a hint of an answer." But Henry's tissue samples are released to the investigative team and undergo further toxicology tests. William Welch details the next stage in the investigation. When you say you knew you could treat each body as a crime scene, is that standard in looking at cases like this, healthcare cases?
I think so. Obviously, we are doing it after the fact, but certainly from autopsies, from laboratory tests, from tissue examination, the body tells you so much about how it was and what its condition was at that time. And when you really think about a case like this and you think about the practice of medicine, death is all about, and illness is all about probabilities. So, you can look at an x-ray and you see a broken arm and, it's 100% probability that's a broken arm. But when you're talking about epinephrine and, cardiac conditions and things of that nature, the heart and its physical substrate tells you what's the probability that someone naturally is going to go into cardiac arrest. And as soon as you eliminate some of the key factors, like did they have a prior cardiac arrest? Did they have scarring in their heart? Was their heart relatively strong? Suddenly the probability of a cardiac arrest without some sort of stimulus drops to like less than 1%. It's like the probability of being hit by lightning.
Meanwhile, former hospital staff members are contacted about the investigation, including Dr. Greg Blackman, who had left the VAMC in June of 1996, but had been the doctor on shift when Henry Houdon died. Who called you? How did you hear about this, Inspector General, looking into this case?
So I was at U.S. Naval Hospital in Naples, Italy, and I get a phone call, and it's the gentleman introduces himself as being from the FBI, and they're saying we're investigating deaths at the VA, and we think that the deaths may have been intentional. And they said, is there any chance that they were? And the second that was mentioned, it was like, holy cow. Oh my God, yes, of course. That's the missing piece. That was the thing that I had been searching for all that time. And then they said, we think that Kristen Gilbert is the most prolific mass murderer on the East Coast in history. And I just thought, wow, yes, absolutely.
With evidence against Kristen mounting, investigators are moving even closer toward the crucial indictment needed to charge her for the murders. But when backed into a corner, people with complex psychological conditions often respond in extreme ways. On August 18, 1996, a few days after the Handbook of Poisonings is found at Glenn Gilbert's house, James Perrault attempts to break up with Kristen. Once more, she claims to have taken an overdose and is taken to the hospital and released after a few days. This is beginning to feel a lot like Groundhog Day. Then, on September 26, James Perrault gets a shocking call while on duty at the hospital. At 5:11 p.m., the phone at the security desk rings.
This message is for all Persian Gulf veterans who were exposed to chemical weapons.
At 5:22, he takes another call.
There are 3 explosive devices in Building 1. You have 2 hours. Nothing will compare as to what is going to happen tonight.
And the calls just keep coming.
Would you like to know where to locate the devices? You sound dumb, or you would go. You mustn't think this is very serious, just sitting in your office answering the phone. You must be pretty stupid.
James Perrault describes the calls.
It sounded taunting, provocative towards me. I tried to get them to speak to me, to think about the patients, to help me, locate the device, anything that might be helpful in finding out what was going on.
Northampton police are alerted and respond immediately to these serious threats. They then call Massachusetts State Police, where Detective Lieutenant Tom Soutier is working.
We really didn't know what to make of it at first. They said this voice was like a man's voice, but it sounded like it was metallic. They didn't know. So the fire department shows up, the police department shows up, they evacuate something like 50 patients out of there into another building, and the whole place is searched and nothing is found. They don't find any suspicious packages, anything.
This is the age of the Unabomber, and the Oklahoma bombing was just a year prior. Bomb threats have to be taken seriously. But evacuating the hospital is not a quick nor easy task. There are patients attached to IV poles, oxygen canisters, and heart monitors. Some patients are so frail that the hospital staff has to move their entire bed. Whoever made these phony calls will be facing serious charges. Meanwhile, one of Kristen's neighbors, Mickey O'Donnell, sees Kristen leave her apartment at 5 p.m. and return at 8 p.m., precisely the gap when the bomb threats are made. Kristen says she's just been doing her laundry, but can't stop to talk.
She had to go inside because must-see TV was on and there was a new ER on, and she went in the house.
The next day, the neighbor bumps into Kristen again, who's holding a copy of the local newspaper, the Daily Hampshire Gazette, which is running a story about the bomb scare.
She was excited. She was talking quickly. She told me that she had a theory about the person who called in the bomb threats, and that it was probably a patient at the VA who wanted to sit by and watch the action.
James Peralt has a couple days off from the hospital. Over that time, no more phony threats are made. On September 30th, Kristen writes James a letter.
I was out driving one night and I drove by the VFW and saw your car. I couldn't help myself. I pulled in. I saw you in the window playing darts, but I couldn't go in, so I just watched you a while. I never lied to you about loving you. I meant it from the first time I said it.
Around midnight that same day, a call comes in for James at his favorite bar, the VFW, after his shift at the hospital. James holds the phone to his ear and hears another strange, distorted voice.
You think you have a problem? Just wait to see what I have planned for you.
This time, the voice has a slightly southern drawl, unlike the voice he heard giving the bomb threats. But James quickly comes to the realization that only one person would have known he would be at the bar at this time, because she used to come here with him after they finished work together. Kristen.
It sounded familiar to me, as I'd heard it somewhere before. Because of the pronunciation was very precise, and Chris likes to pronounce everything very precisely. A lot of the tones were very familiar to the ones I heard during arguments with her when she would leave messages on my machine or call me up and upset with myself.
Harassing boyfriends with phone calls is one thing. Calling a hospital with a bomb threat is on a whole other scale. What's more, this isn't just any hospital. It's the VA Medical Center, meaning this is federal property. Whatever her motivation might be, Kristen Gilbert has just threatened the U.S. government. It's reckless, nihilistic, and I need to speak to forensic psychologist Dr. Catherine Ramsland about it. So do you think at this point when she's calling in the bomb threat, do you think that she believes that somehow that will get her out of the suspicions of the investigators?
I don't think she thought they would trace the bomb threats to her. That's why she used the voice. It was a child's toy, but it would modulate the voice to sound different. I think she did not recognize that they're going to figure this out. And honestly, they lucked out with it. They could have not been able to get her on it. So I don't think she thought she was going to get caught on that one. She thought the bomb threat was going to be a good way to distract people away from this case they were trying to build against her. I think at the same time they were exhuming bodies of a couple of the patients, and this is a dramatic way to, get attention in another direction. I don't think she thought she'd be caught.
One thing about those bomb threats is that she's calling them when she knows James is going to pick up the phone and be sent.
Yes, very much.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, calling them when she knows James will pick up the phone serves two purposes. One is to punish him because now he's got to go into motion and he'll have to make sure people are evacuated, and if it's a fake threat, he's going to kind of be blamed for all the commotion and putting patients at risk, etc. So she's putting him on the spot. That's one thing, but she's also potentially setting him up as the person who's behind all this.
Oh, she's evil. And this kind of speaks to the way that she would react when he tried to break up with her. James Peralt knows it's Kristen. Investigators know it's Kristen. But it's one thing believing she's responsible, and a whole other thing proving it. William Welch.
One of the chief investigators, State Trooper Kevin Murphy, we were able to figure out that the calls were coming in on pay telephones. I don't recall exactly how he was able to do it, but he worked with the telephone company to determine that that was the source of the calls, and then we were able to pinpoint what telephone booths they were coming from.
State Trooper Kevin Murphy hatches a plan. For it to work, they'll need the assistance of none other than James Perrault, as Perrault explains.
Plan was that I would call Kristen to let her know when I would be on the desk, and then there would be several investigators and troopers around the city watching phone calls to observe if they could observe her making any phone calls.
And, pure gumshoe gut instinct from someone who had worked, 30 years of homicides, Kevin Murphy, he had this gut feeling that she was going to use a pay telephone right by the apartment she had. So literally a quarter of a mile up the road, he knew of a payphone that was affixed to a post in the parking lot of a soft serve ice cream store called Tasty Freeze. He set up there one night, knowing that James Perrault was working the evening shift. And sure enough, she came up in her car, got out, made the phone call, and concurrently, James Perrault reported that he just got another bomb threat. She then sped off. We secured the phone. Unfortunately, although we tried to lift prints from it, the surface did not allow us to do so, but we had an eyewitness observation of her using the phone at the exact same time the last call went in.
What an incredible investigator. I mean, that's, you do get to understand how people work, but she's a slippery killer. Good for him. Good for Mr. Murphy. That's amazing. After they catch Kristen making the call, investigators try to work out what Kristen is doing to disguise her voice. Steve Plant visits multiple stores around Northampton and eventually winds up in a Toys R Us. There, he spots a Talk Boy, a popular children's toy at the time from the movie Home Alone. After speaking with the cashier, who remembers a woman coming into the store not long ago inquiring about the toy, Steve Plant buys the Talk Boy and tries it. The results are spot on with the voice James heard on the phone when the bomb threats were made. Detective Lieutenant Tom Soutier continues the story.
It was a few days later, but that night we searched her apartment. I ended up there with the search crew. I brought the search team there. And we're outside, and it's like 8 o'clock at night, and I knock on the door and didn't hear anything. I said, oh God, her car's parked right there in front of us. So I said, she's got to be here. She's just got to be hiding from us. What happened was I hear a window open up on the second floor, and we look up and she's saying, what do you want? So I said, ma'am, we're in the process of getting a search warrant for your residence, and you have to come down here. I'd like to speak to you.
Wow, I had not heard this.
So she comes down and she opens up the door, and they called us and said, we have the warrant in hand. I said to her, look, we're going to search your house, and if you want, you can stay here or you can leave. It's up to you, but we are going to search your house. So she decided she wants to leave, but before she leaves, we bring in one of my narcotics guys with a video camera, and we video the whole interior of the apartment, so that she can't say we planted something. She can't say we destroyed her furniture, her TV, whatever the case may be.
Very smart.
Steve showed up. We went in, all three of us went into the place, and we decided we were going to search. And other people were like, keep an eye on where she was, because she went to her friend's apartment down the street, which is 2 apartments away. Kevin was started off in the kitchen. I think Steve went to her bedroom. But I found a notebook where it had stuff written in there about James Perrault, like he was calling him all kinds of profane names. All right. So she was very mad at him. Kevin found packages for AA batteries, which would have been used in this thing that she was using. And we were looking for a toy called a Talk Boy or a Talk Girl, because Steve had found one at one of the local malls that would change the voices.
What was Kristen's house like inside? I'm very curious. What was her home like inside?
It was almost like she didn't live there. I don't know. It wasn't very well decorated. There was shabby furniture. I don't know if she had anything in the refrigerator or not. I didn't look, but it looked like she did not spend a lot of time there. And her kids certainly didn't spend a lot of time there. So, I don't know. It was sparse, to say the least.
You mentioned her actions when you arrived at the house, looking out from up above, not opening the door. What was your impression of her behavior when you were there about to enter?
Well, I figured she was trying to be evasive. I'm sure she was shocked that we were outside her door with a search warrant. Right? There's no doubt in my mind that she was like saying, oh my God, what's happening? And what are they going to find? Right? So she may have hidden the talk boy at that moment because that's the room she had her head stuck out the window from.
And how quickly can I hide it?
But she didn't hide it very well. I went to the room that she had stuck her head out the window from, which is on the second floor, which was the child's bedroom. In that bedroom, I found in a box in the closet, I found the talk boy. And I went next door into the other room with it, where Steve Plant was in her bedroom. And he was looking at stuff, and I said, hey, look what I found, all right? So he looked at it, and then he looked inside of her jacket and found the instructions for the talk boy, and it was the coat she was wearing at the telephone booth.
Investigators have evidence, they have witnesses, and they've locked in on the perpetrator. They are granted a warrant for her arrest for the bomb threats. They're ready to make the arrest, but before this can happen, Kristen throws another wrench into the works. Once more, she claims to have taken a bunch of pills. Despite all the distress she has caused, James takes her to Bay State Medical Center where she undergoes psychiatric evaluation. But she's just playing for time. On October 8, 1996, when she's discharged from the hospital, Kristen is met at the hospital entrance by Special Agent Steve Plant and police from the Northampton Police Department. Kristen Gilbert is finally arrested. Previously on Mind of a Monster, the Killer Nurse.
There are 3 explosive devices in Building 1. You have 2 hours. Nothing will compare as to what is going to happen tonight.
So we had an expert statistician take a look, and he said that the probability of this occurring by chance was 1 in 100 million.
They said, we think that Kristen Gilbert is the most prolific mass murderer on the East Coast.
From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the Killer Nurse. Chapter 6, The Trial. It's October 8th, 1996, and Kristen Gilbert has finally been arrested. But it's not for murder. It's for making bomb threats against a federal hospital, which had seen dozens of vulnerable and sick patients evacuated from wards. Kristen is sent to Hampton County Jail while authorities decide what to do with her. A week goes by. She's given an ankle monitor, and the 28-year-old mom and nurse is released into the custody of her parents, who now live in Long Island. She's forbidden from making contact with anyone in the state of Massachusetts, including her boyfriend James Peralt and Glenn Gilbert, who she's still in the process of divorcing. Crucially, the restriction also means that she's not allowed to see her 2 young sons. The only way she can communicate with them is through letters that are sent via her attorney and then passed on to the boy's therapist, who decides whether to share the material with them. A year and a half goes by while preparation for the court case takes place. On January 7th, 1998, Kristen is finally brought to court to stand trial for the bomb threats. William Welch was the federal prosecutor on Kristen Gilbert's case.
From our perspective, the case was simple and our proof was very, very strong. We had, for example, Trooper Kevin Murphy being able to essentially say that he saw one of the bomb threat calls come in. The defense was essentially that she didn't do it, and that even if she did do it, we didn't have enough evidence. And what struck me about Kristen and her persona was she was about as cool of a cucumber I've seen of any defendant. Seemed very confident that she would be found not guilty.
Is Kristen right? Will she be able to manipulate her way out of a prison sentence? The defense's argument is simple. It wasn't her. She's not guilty. But the prosecution provides copious evidence, including a receipt for the purchase of the talkboy and eyewitnesses placing her at the phone booth where the calls were made. They also have a star witness, James Perrault. Testifying on the stand, he describes in vivid detail how the phone calls appear to target him.
It sounded taunting, provocative towards me. The caller sounded like they were hurt and upset.
The trial for the bomb threats lasts a week. Will her defense work? The jury deliberates and delivers its verdict. Guilty.
When she was convicted, there was this bit of a stunned look on her face, which is probably the only time I've seen any semblance of emotion pass her face. But it was as if at that time we had pulled the appropriate card from the house of cards that she had built, and it was beginning to tumble.
What a great description. Before her sentencing, Kristen makes an extraordinary statement to the court. She claims she cannot remember anything that happened in the summer of 1996.
I really don't have a very clear memory of that particular time period, except of bits and pieces of really that whole summer, patches here and there. It was a very stressful, hectic time of my life. Sometimes it seems the mind chooses to block out things we don't want to remember. A lot of what I remember is what people have told me about my own behavior. And my own behavior was very erratic and whatever. I would never intentionally hurt anyone.
But no one is buying it. Judge Michael Ponser sentences her to 15 months with a 3-year supervised release for calling in the fake bomb threats. She's sent first to Danbury Federal Prison, where she spends 10 months of her sentence. I've been reviewing the transcripts from Kristen's bomb trial, and there are thousands of pages, but within them are some really interesting findings. Specifically, there was testimony from hospital staff members where Kristen had been admitted for her various suicide attempts. And they reported and testified that there were not toxic levels of drugs in her system. She hadn't taken the drugs that she'd said, which we kind of suspected. And in one case, she even bit the finger of a nurse who was trying to intubate her, explaining she didn't need to be intubated, didn't need her stomach pumped because it was, quote unquote, been too long since she took the medication. But the reality is she probably didn't, because all of the toxicology reports came back with non-toxic levels of medication. And this is kind of what we suspected all along, and it goes along with what we've been entertaining, which is the idea of borderline personality disorder, which is characterized by, suicide attempts, threatening suicide, threatening self-harm. And the second interesting thing is the doctor who was hired for the defense to examine Kristen talked about her potentially having borderline personality disorder. And that's what we have been considering all along. And it's nice to know that even contemporaneously, that was the diagnosis that was being considered at the time. I want to discuss this with forensic psychologist Dr. Catherine Ramsland.
Supposedly, she was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. But I know when I was looking at the testimony of the defense psychiatrist, he wasn't buying that. He'd say, well, if I really could look at all of the data of her whole life, maybe I would say that, but I didn't. I really think she was suffering from an adjustment disorder, which is a temporary condition. But I will also say, we're now finding that many females who've been diagnosed with this disorder actually qualify as psychopaths, but male psychologists and psychiatrists have been reluctant to put that label on them, or have not even thought of using that label for them.
That's right.
So it's unclear whether she might qualify as a psychopath, but no one, to my knowledge, used the diagnostic device with her, so I wouldn't say that. But it's interesting, at least, that we know that psychopathy and borderline personality disorder in females has a lot of overlap.
This is music to my ears to hear somebody as esteemed as you agree that psychopathy in females looks different than it does in males. And a lot of it is this relational aggression and borderline. I mean, with the exception of like the self-harm and this like fear of abandonment stuff, but the comorbidity of these two, whether they're distinct or not, I don't know anymore.
Well, we don't know that she has self-harming behavior. We only know that she has threats of it. That's not the same thing.
That's right.
To threaten self-harm is highly manipulative. She doesn't have a history of actual suicidal kinds of things. So, or other things like gambling disorder or, alcoholism, or she doesn't have that self-destructive side. So that's why I started thinking, this could be one of those cases. And the overlap is what we call secondary psychopathy, which does feature a lot more emotionality than primary psychopathy, which is more of the cold, callous, born psychopath. The females tend to have that emotionality. And it's really, you're looking at not what did they do, but what did they threaten and for what reason?
What manipulation were they achieving?
Yeah, exactly.
This is all speculation, of course. I've never assessed Kristen Gilbert myself, but like most serial killers, she is likely a psychopath. While Kristen wallows in prison, William Welch and his team continue to build their case against her for the murders of patients at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton. Okay, at this point, what's happening with the murder investigation?
So bodies are being exhumed. It takes some time to do the pathology, meaning examining the heart tissues. It takes some time to do toxicological testing. We are continuing to interview witnesses. We are presenting witnesses to the grand jury. We did spend a lot of time on the toxicology element of it because we were being told that our expert had a way of distinguishing synthetic versus naturally occurring epinephrine. So we were waiting and relying on some of the testing and sampling that lab was conducting in order for us to have some degree of confidence in the reliability of their testing. And then once they felt confident that they could stand behind their work, then we were really in the stage where we could ultimately present the indictment for charges.
The toxicology reports initially bring up more questions than answers. They find that Ed Squira Sr., who died on February 18, 1996, had the drug ketamine in his system. Ketamine is not something he would have ever had access to himself. In fact, it wasn't even a drug used by hospitals. It was mostly used by veterinarians. The Gilbert family had pets, and investigators discovered that Kristen Gilbert had made numerous trips to vets over the course of 1995. There were also receipts for pet medications that had been bought via mail order. Supposedly, Kristen was buying the medication for her pets to treat the animals herself. I wonder, could this have been how Ed Squira had ketamine in his system, too? From 1989 to 1996, there have been a staggering 350 deaths at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton, Massachusetts. This is a huge number of potential victims. Ultimately, William Welch and his team have to decide which ones to take to trial.
So we selected the ones that we felt were most provable in terms of, securing convictions. And then we picked cases that complemented each other in terms of how one case brought a particular element to it that maybe another didn't. And then another one, brought something to the entirety of the case that another one didn't. And for each one of them, we also needed all of the testifying witnesses to have that level of confidence that the death was very, very unusual. Because if I think you had any one witness that expressed reservations about the death being not natural, that would have been, a very debilitating setback for us.
Absolutely. The case can fall apart on even losing control of a single witness and having them say that, I'm not totally sure, then it's over, because that's reasonable doubt. On November 24th, 1998, Kristen Gilbert is in Hampton County Jail when the news breaks.
A 31-year-old former nurse has been indicted on charges of murdering 3 patients and attempting to murder 2 others at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Massachusetts. Federal prosecutors alleged today that Kristen Gilbert injected a heart stimulant known as epinephrine into the patients.
She is indicted for the murders of Ed Squira, Kenny Cutting, and Henry Houdon, as well as the attempted murders of Thomas Callahan and Angelo Vella. 6 months later, more indictments are added to her charge sheet: the murder of Stanley Jagodowski and the attempted murder of Francis Marrier. It's going to trial, and prosecutor William Welch will lead the government's case.
It took about 2 years for the case to go to trial. A lot of that has to do with discovery. A lot of that has to do with a lot of the pretrial motions and jockeying that goes on to exclude evidence. We had a very strong case. Each victim had their own set of facts that they brought to the table, and each one of the strongest pieces of the case complemented all of the others. And so from my perspective, we had a very tight, very interwoven circumstantial case that was very, very compelling.
The trial finally takes place, beginning on November 20th, 2000.
Ms. Gilbert denies each and every fact that's essential to prove a claim of homicide. She didn't do it, is what she says.
There's been a lot of talk and a lot of allegations over the past several years, and it's time now to see whether the government can prove what they've been accusing her of all these years.
Adam Gorlick is a young reporter working for the Associated Press. I talked to him about covering this sensational trial.
One of my biggest memories of covering the trial was the families themselves and getting to know the families. I mean, the trauma of this is incredible. Obviously, they were patients in a VA hospital. They weren't in perfect health, but they weren't expected to die. And the motivation that she had to create these emergencies so she could create a thrill for herself, I mean, it's just nuts. It's a hard thing to wrap your head around. You can't lose sight of the people that this affected. And that's something that I always tried to hold on to as a reporter. It shows you the worst of humanity, but you remember that there's the best of humanity embedded in the victims, and these people are just people and dealing with these unthinkable crimes. And the kindnesses that they showed the reporters and me made a big impression on me, that people could have a ton of grace under horrible, horrible circumstances.
This comment from Adam reminds me how important it is to keep the families of the victims at the forefront of the trial. I can't imagine how it must feel to go into such a long-awaited trial and actually face the woman accused of murdering your loved one. Nearly 5 years after the murder of 35-year-old veteran Henry Houdon, his sister Christine Duquette attends the trial.
My best chance of knowing what happened to my brother, every little thing, and why it happened, was to sit in that courtroom every day. And it was almost a 6-month trial.
What was it like for you to see her?
Well, the first time I saw her was in the Northampton. This is before it got to the federal level. I did go to the Northampton courthouse, and she was very, very attractive. Very young, the hair, she had bleached blonde hair. The style of the haircut was really sassy. Minimal but professional makeup, very professionally casual dress. And I just looked at her, and based on how she looked, it was very hard to believe that she could do this. But sitting in the courtroom, she looked completely different. Hair was longer. It was no longer bleached. There was no makeup. She definitely had gained weight. She looked very plain, simple.
I'm fascinated to hear more about Kristen's demeanor in the courtroom. How does Kristen react hearing the testimonies from the victims' families? And what does she do when her own family takes the stand? Or her former lover, James Perrault? I go back to prosecutor Bill Welch to learn more.
During the course of the trial, Kristen was markedly different than when I saw her at the bomb threat trial. was not confident, was not self-assured, showed no emotion throughout the course of the guilt phase. So even when we had to call, for example, a potential family member or one of her coworkers, it was like she had a blank mask on her face. She always had this kind of grayish color to her face, which, could be as a result of just being in prison, but there was just never any emotion, no matter who the individual was that she was either watching or interacting with, including her family.
Yikes. What was it like to hear from the families of the victims?
It was heart-wrenching. We had been interacting with the victim families for 2 years, and we had a real sense of who all of the victims were. We knew their strengths, their weaknesses, their foibles, kind of all of it. And then to hear them get up on the stand and talk about them with, that warmth, it was difficult for me. So it, on the one hand, surprised me. On the other hand, it didn't surprise me. See no emotion from Kristen Gilbert.
That's so interesting. Dr. Greg Blackman, who had been the doctor on duty when Henry Houdon was killed, is called to testify.
When it did go to trial, I remembered the details very clearly and was happy to testify.
Wow. And you must have been pissed, as you said.
I was beyond angry, and remain so.
Absolutely. I hadn't thought about it so much from your perspective, kind of steeped in talking to victims' families, but as a professional whose job is, to avoid that, that would be life-altering. I mean, you know that you're going to lose patience. You know that, but to that frustration of not knowing why. Tell me, what was it like to testify against Kristen in her murder trial?
What was interesting, she had kind of a relatively stoic look on her face, and so she didn't seem emotional at all during the trial. I think we locked eyes once, but this certainly wasn't like a friendly interaction or anything. I was just looking at a mannequin.
Had you learned about the evidence that the prosecution had put together for this?
I knew that the statistics were pretty overwhelming, and the circumstantial evidence, the fact that, more than circumstantial, epi in her pocket, the guy with the arm burning, all that, it really connected the dots well. And so, to me, there's just zero doubt that she did it and did it over and over again.
The prosecution calls up many of Kristen's colleagues to testify, including the 3 whistleblowers, Kathy Ricks, John Wall, and Renee Walsh. The case is very strong, and while there are no eyewitnesses to Kristen's killings, the testimonies are pretty compelling. However, the defense team is also ready and willing to put up their fight to prove that Kristen did not murder any of her patients. William Welch.
So the defense was basically all of the individuals were really sick, really old, and these are all individuals that died from natural causes, that we became focused upon her as the perpetrator and didn't look to either other natural causes of death or non-natural causes of death. There was a theory that perhaps overall there could have been just gross negligence by all of the medical professionals, but that really was the defense. It was a bit of a scattershot defense, which I think was problematic. They should have just picked one and gone with it.
And it certainly doesn't cover Henry Houdon, who didn't have any of those underlying conditions.
That's right. And I think that's when that goes to the strength of our case. So, for example, if we go back to Stanley Jagodowski, the eyewitness account of her leaving the room is incredibly compelling, particularly for a registered nurse to be leaving someone in distress. We didn't have that for any of the other victims. Suddenly, all these become interconnected, and people can begin to see how each one of the cases on their own had strengths. They may have had weaknesses, but together they told a compelling story.
The courtroom is full of drama as both sides present strong arguments to try to convince the jury. Even Judge Ponser admits he has no clue which way the verdict will go. Journalist Adam Gorlick tells me more.
I remember Bill Welch. He was a very, very passionate prosecutor, very, very good. Amazing, super smart, really good guy.
He's very smart.
And as was David Hoos, right? The two of them were beautiful to watch in a courtroom. Beautiful. Because they were just so good. They played off each other but you know, they're like bitter enemies in the courtroom. But you could tell that there was always like that sense of respect.
The trial concludes on February 21st, 2001. After 4 months of emotional testimony, heart-wrenching toxicology report findings, even photos of exhumed bodies being presented to the court, the jury is finally dismissed to decide on a verdict. Jury deliberation timing is unpredictable, so waiting for the verdict is incredibly intense for everyone. Bill Welch, the victims' families, the defense, especially Kristen Gilbert, who will learn her fate. Quoting Judge Michael Ponser, "The 12 days of deliberation were the longest by far I have ever waited through." Finally, on March 14th, 2001, the jury is ready to come back. William Welch.
When the verdicts came down, meaning when the jury announced that they had verdicts, the courtroom was packed. We had an overflow room for other individuals who didn't make it into the main courtroom. And the first verdict that was read was the first-degree murder for Stanley Jagodowski. And that came back not guilty. And I can still feel, actually, when I talk about it, sort of the pins and needles of hearing the not guilty and suddenly thinking, what's to follow? And you could hear a pin drop when that not guilty verdict came down. But then the second count for which we had charged her for Stanley Jagodowski's death was second-degree murder, and they found her guilty of that. And as soon as I heard that, I knew that thereafter we would get guilty verdicts on virtually all of the other counts. And I give the jury a lot of credit. I think they gave her the benefit of the doubt on the very first one and said, maybe this wasn't intentional. Maybe there really was some sort of accident, but you can't explain everything else that followed. To me, that was sort of brilliant on that part.
They deliberated properly. I can see a change in your face. You're red. Like all these years later, tremendous stress and anticipation. Assistant U.S. Attorney William Welch has been building Kristen's case since it first landed on his desk in 1996. These guilty verdicts must bring a great feeling of satisfaction and confirmation that he did the best he could in that courtroom to get those verdicts, but most importantly, to bring some justice for the families. For the victims' families, the guilty verdict can bring a lot of emotion. As they leave the courtroom, they are greeted by lots of press waiting to record their responses to the verdict.
All my feelings all together for the 5 years, what she put us through. You know, I mean, what she's done to us. She took away something from us that was very precious. And that, you know, is hard to let go.
I'm going to go to the cemetery tonight. And I'm going to say, Henry, you finally got due what's due you. The truth has come out, and that's all that we wanted.
I go back to Edward Squira Jr. to hear what he has to say about Kristen Gilbert finally being found guilty of murdering his father.
When I heard Kristen was convicted, I was relieved. I communicated through the prison sentence system that I wanted to gain access to conversing with her, and she turned it down. So I was interested to get some insight into what she did and to why she did the things she did, because it defied logic why anybody who would go in the healthcare field would seek to harm people. I couldn't see it as a healthcare provider myself.
There is something about the nature of Kristen Gilbert's crimes that elevates this already sensational trial to a whole different level.
The case has been made by lead prosecutor William Welch and his team on a total of 10 charges, including 4 counts of murder. One first-degree murder conviction requires a penalty phase trial, where the jury will decide if Gilbert lives or dies.
Massachusetts does not have the death penalty. However, the fact that the VAMC is a federal building changes everything. Prosecutor William Welch describes how it came into play in Kristen's case. Explain to us how this being a federal case changes that.
Yeah, the federal system is different, and if you charge a capital murder case in federal court, depending upon the nature of the crime, then the death penalty is a potentially eligible sentence, and that's what happened in this case.
And her criminal case is federal simply because she works at a VA hospital.
Exactly, that was federal property. So the nature of the case certainly attracted a lot of media attention, but to add the death penalty in a state where the death penalty has been outlawed in state cases added another level of attention as well as complexity to the case. And so therefore, we knew for sure that if she was going to be found guilty of any of the eligible first-degree murder counts, she would also face the death penalty.
The last woman to be executed in Massachusetts was Rachel Wall, all the way back in 1789. She was executed for piracy in the same year that George Washington became the first president of the United States. In other words, to have a woman facing the death penalty in Massachusetts in the year 2001 is nothing short of extraordinary. Adam Gorlick is just one of the many members of the media to write about this dramatic penalty phase to an already gripping trial.
Well, that was very odd to have a death penalty case in Massachusetts. Prosecutors, I think, made it clear from the get-go that they wanted that option to press this. And it was, fair to say, socially, it was an awkward thing to have in Massachusetts, because politically you had people who felt very strongly against the death penalty. You also had people who felt very strongly for it.
I asked Christine Duquette about her thoughts on the death penalty. What were your thoughts about her facing the death penalty? What did you want to see?
I definitely wanted to see it. Especially seeing on the federal level, the death penalty is lethal injection, and I thought you couldn't ask for anything more fitting.
Did you receive any pushback for your position on that?
Oh, yes. I lost friends.
What happened?
I didn't realize that most people in Massachusetts feel that strongly about it. It's a whole nother ballgame when it hits you to your immediate family. And especially the circumstances of how and why she did it. It's like, you don't deserve any leniency from anybody, anywhere. And the whole thing was because the affair she was carrying on with the security guard, it was so they could meet one another.
The penalty phase gives families a chance to describe the impact that losing their loved ones has had on them. Nancy Cutting, Kenny's wife, gets up and shares what she remembers about visiting Kenny at the Veterans Hospital.
If you did go see him there, we tried to walk in to uplift him, but he'd end up uplifting us by the time we left. I mean, he was the sweetest person there. Nothing bothered him. He didn't let the disease get to him.
This also invites members of Kristen's family to say what it would mean to them if Kristen were to be sentenced to death. One of the most emotional statements comes from Kristen's grandmother, who tells the jury what Kristen was like as a young girl and what they would do together when she babysat her granddaughter.
She always used to like the fudge I made, and she'd want me to make some fudge, and she wanted me to teach her how to make it, and I did.
Listening to her grandmother in court, Kristen becomes emotional for the first time. She breaks down in tears, possibly feeling nostalgic for her time spent with her grandmother, but probably also fearful for her future. The next person to speak from Kristen's family is Glenn Gilbert. However, Glenn doesn't speak in person. Instead, he delivers his statement in the form of a letter through a child psychologist who's been seeing the Gilbert's boys, now 10 and 7, to help them deal with their trauma. The psychologist reads Glenn's powerful statement to the jury.
Glenn Gilbert believes that when the children are emotionally and developmentally ready, it will be critically important for them for their mother to be alive, that she be physically available so that they can contact and speak and connect with her as part of the process of their healing. He believes that the execution of their mother, Kristen Gilbert, would have a profound and profoundly detrimental impact on his children and their well-being, including causing harm to his relationship with his children.
Once the jurors hear from all of the family members on both sides, they are dismissed to make their final decision. I chat with Adam Gorelick, the journalist from the AP News, about this considerable task in front of the jury to decide whether Kristen lives or dies. A certain qualification that defense attorneys need to have if they're going to be defending a capital case. The same is true for jurors. You don't just get a regular jury to decide the penalty phase when death penalty is on the line. It has to be a death penalty qualified jury. And there is a lot of research indicating those jurors, those who are willing to invoke the death penalty, are more punitive.
Yeah.
So there's an argument that it should be a different jury, and often it is, to decide the guilt and innocence phase versus the penalty phase.
Yeah. And that's, when you think of the jurors, what those people went through is just tremendous. And again, Michael Ponzer, the judge, he was very, very aware of that. He was so concerned about his jury and making sure that those people were okay. So the trial started in November and it ended in March.
Wow, that's incredibly long. Judge Michael Ponzer was also the judge presiding over Kristen's bomb threat trial. At this stage, sidebar conversations between the prosecution, the defense, and the judge go into minute detail. With stakes this high, the responsibility is huge, and the meaning and impact of single words can hold tremendous power. Judge Michael Ponzer speaks to the jury ahead of the verdict decision.
They have to find that the sentence of death is justified. And there isn't much help on what is meant by the word justified. But to me, the word justified means that they have to find that that's the only penalty that is appropriate and sufficient to do justice in this case. That's the approach I've taken in the instructions.
After the penalty phase deliberation, the jury is unable to reach a unanimous decision about Kristen's sentence. The final result is 8-4 in favor of her receiving the lethal injection. This means the death penalty, which requires unanimity, is now off the table. Judge Ponzer sentences Kristen to 4 consecutive life sentences in federal prison without the possibility of parole. Kristen Gilbert is currently serving her life sentences in Carswell, Texas, a maximum security prison. Only Kristen knows the answer, and we may never learn how many patients she's killed. But we do know that statistically, it's most likely she has killed a lot more than the 4 for which she was convicted. Dr. Catherine Ramsland tells me her thoughts.
We really don't know how extensive her murders are. We know only the ones for which she was convicted, but the hard thing about healthcare serial killers is nailing them with evidence. We have a lot of cases where they certainly committed more murders, but we can't bring forward any kind of indictment or conviction for a number of factors.
That's right.
I wouldn't say she's responsible for 300 murders like I've seen some predictions, but I think that there are more in her background that she just wasn't caught for.
The trial may be over, and justice has been served in the form of a life imprisonment for Kristen. But the impact of her killings will have lifelong consequences on those affected. It doesn't just stop with the victims' families. the nurses and doctors who worked with Kristen have been so deeply affected by her callous behavior.
I had heard an interview with a neurosurgeon, and so they're more life and death than the average physician, of course. But they said that you have this little graveyard in your mind.
Oh, I wouldn't like that.
It stays with you. It stays with you. And so anyway, yeah, so Henry's in there.
Henry's in there. Christine Duquette.
He didn't stand there with a gun in his hand, with an enemy soldier in front of him. But hopefully, maybe he helped save some people by lying there, getting injections.
Wow, Christine.
And that's why it bothers me so much that there isn't any kind of a monument for these people. They went through what they went through. It took their life. Where is that any different than any other soldier? Just to see something that says, in remembrance for the victims of Kristen Gilbert,
who served our country. The subject of healthcare serial killers has become important to me because it's an area I had not fully explored before. It seems there's a lot more that could and needs to be done to help protect more patients in hospital settings. In this case, if it weren't for Kathy Ricks, Renee Walsh, and John Wall having the courage to report their suspicions and follow through with them, who knows how long Kristen would have gotten away with murdering patients. Beatrice Yorker has a lot more to say on this subject. In your experience, what do you think happens when people suspect there's a killer in the hospital?
Rather than report to the authorities or go to law enforcement, they just fire the nurse and let them go to the next place, which is what both Bruce Sackman and I want to change. We want to say to hospitals and the healthcare system, please do the right thing. Go to law enforcement, get an investigation going, start doing toxicology screens, pull the license of this person if there are increased deaths when they're on duty. You pull them from duty. If the death rate goes back down to normal, you've got the separation test. You've got strong circumstantial evidence that the presence of this care provider caused an increase of codes. That's probable cause. Pull them from practice, do your investigation, and don't let them go back to practice. All you have to do is get them away from patients.
While analyzing Kristen Gilbert and talking about other healthcare serial killers out there, it's important we remember those whose lives have been taken. They're not just names of Kristen's victims. They're men who have families, who had lives before they were sick and had to go to the hospital. And they were all dedicated to serving their country. Christine Duquette, Henry Houdon's sister, still has a lot of emotion about how her brother was taken too soon. If you could say anything to Kristen Gilbert, what would you say?
It would be a lot. The bottom line is you have a window you can look out of. You have an outside you can go out to. You can exercise. You have a choice of a couple things of what you want to eat. You can chew your food. You can drink your water. And the worst thing of all, you can sit there like you are right now, taking one damn stinking breath after another. My brother hasn't been able to do that for 30 years. And never will.
That was so beautifully said.
So as far as I'm concerned, she can't suffer enough.
The sheer impact of healthcare serial killers has left me more shocked than I've been in a long time. It is a type of killing with incredible volume, and the opportunity is constantly there, and there's such a paucity of ways to even be aware it's happening. I'm floored by the lack of mathematical algorithms that, in my mind, should have already been set up to catch even the slightest outliers of a normal expected death rate at any given facility. I'm gobsmacked by this. The place you go to rely on the hands of others while you are most vulnerable is also the most fertile ground for a person who aims just to kill. That is a terrifying reality that, as patients, we can't totally prevent. Thankfully, the systems are improving and healthcare professionals are more aware, so that when there are irregularities, attention is brought to it much quicker. And at the end of the day, the vast majority of people who choose to go into healthcare professions are there to help others and save lives. Kristen Gilbert, the killer nurse, was thankfully caught and is behind bars for the crimes for which she was convicted. But the tragedy remains that the true number of victims that this monster took may never be known. Mind of a Monster, The Killer Nurse is produced by Arrow Media, a Fremantle company, for ID. The network executive producer is Meredith Russell. Arrow Media's producer is Rebecca Radil. Editor is Holly Griffin. Audio engineering by Mahoney Audio Post. Line producer is Sarah Tucker. Production coordinator is Katie Whittington. Senior assistant producer is Maddie Delaney. Senior researcher is Yasmin Bowen. Archive producer is Ryan Hogan. Arrow Media's series producer is Linda McCarthy, and executive producer is Stuart Pender. Kristen Gilbert voiceover by Sharon DeFranzo. Glenn Gilbert voiceover by Ben Parks. James Peralt voiceover by Carter Bellamy. I'm your host, Dr. Michelle Ward. You can follow our show wherever you get your podcasts, and we'd love it if you could take a second to leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts.